Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you from different parts of the world where you're joining this first Planet Gold 3-day virtual event. My name is Abiola Olanipekun, the head of the Science and Technical Assistance Branch at the Secretariat of the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions here in Geneva, Switzerland. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to welcome you all distinguished participants and attendees to the 2022 Global Forum on Artisanal and Small-Scale Gold Mining, organized by Planet Gold. This Global Forum is set to bring together in the next 3 days some of the world's leaders, experts, and practitioners to discuss the most important issues facing the artisanal and small scale gold mining sector globally. And this is in order to fulfill the vision for a clean global supply of gold from small scale miners. We will commence this global forum with opening remarks from high level officials from the Global Environment Facility and the Minamata Secretariat, including an overview of the Planet Gold program from UNEP. I will be providing only a very brief introduction of our speakers and facilitators of the various sessions to this event as I invite them to speak. The full bios of all our speakers can be found on the event website. Please take time to familiarize yourself with the wealth of experts and the high level personnel taking part in this global ASGM forum. I will now start by inviting Mr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, the CEO and the chairperson of the Global Environment Facility, to this forum for his opening remarks. Carlos served 3 terms as Environment and Energy Minister for Costa Rica, and he pioneered the development of payment for ecosystem services and strategies for forest restoration, ocean conservation, and decarbonization. Carlos also founded and served on the board of several environmental NGOs and tropical research institutes. Dear Carlos, it's a great honor to have you here. You have the floor, please.
Thank you so much, Abiola. My pleasure, and greetings, everybody from Costa Rica. I'm super delighted that we're able to have this virtual Planet Gold Forum after a couple of previous tries before, and unfortunately, because of the pandemic, we were unable to organize this important event. Also, um, it is. It is. I'm very happy that I'm here in my first international event after concluding the GEF-8 replenishment process that ended at the beginning of this month after more than 15 months of very hard work. And the outcomes of the GEF replenishment were extremely positive, extremely productive, and very encouraging. Donors has been able to pledge strongly, consistently, and increase the funding for the GEF for the next period, 2022-2026, increasing the overall budget in around 30%. But the good news is not just that we will be having more resources to assign to the different financial window, the focal areas and non-focal area resources. But also and that means that we'll have more resources, not just with the work that we do directly in supporting governments, but also other important stakeholders, particularly non-state stakeholders. The small grant program is growing, is looking into the future in a very ambitious and broad manner. Non-grant instrument, blended finance, and yes, of course, the role with the private sector. So I'm super excited that we had this very good outcome out of the replenishment. As I was saying, it's not just more money. It is more money in the context of a new vision towards the future, which means more integration. One of the pillars of the GEF-8 replacement proposal was these integrated approaches. Now we're going from three impact programs that are addressing the drivers of environmental degradation at the landscape and seascape. We went from 3 to 11. So there is more integration in terms of addressing the drivers of environmental problems, but also the more integration within the work that we do with the conventions and the challenges associated to the consumption and production systems. So more integration means higher impact and more efficiency in the use of resources. So more integration is one key element. The other relevant element is more flexibility. We will allow more flexibility for recipient countries to design projects that aims across all different conventions. And we will go all the way to 100% flexibility in the use of the star resources, meaning that you can design projects that should look at the biodiversity components, the climate components, land degradation components, fresh water, and yes, of course, chemicals and waste. So the links and the evidence is clear on the impact of chemicals, particularly in this case, mercury on nature, biodiversity, the links of illegal mining and land use change and deforestation. So here we got an opportunity to really build on the possibility to design projects that can aim to generate outcomes and outputs within the whole set of different conventions. And I believe that this is a very strong outcome out of this replacement. And my final comment with regards to the replacement is that we, as countries, understand and agree, and that is very much being reflected in the goals and targets within the conventions, that we need to go from negative incentives and perverse incentives into positive one. We need to make all productive activities nature positive, climate relevant, pollution free. The GEF aims to work on elements associated to political consistency, the right institutional frameworks, and policy coherence as a key element in the context of GEF 8 and most probably most importantly during GEF 9, after 2026, where the system change needs to be happening. So I'm very excited to share this news. These are great news for the chemicals and waste conventions. And yes, of course, we will have way more resources to assist and support every single country. Now, we all recognize that there won't be enough resources in Jeff and in the other potential in the other financial facility to really narrow the global gap in terms of financial needs for mercury, financial need for chemicals and waste. And this is where we need to really understand how do we address the drivers, how do we address the market failure, the institutional failure with limited resources. And here the GEF is very much interested in working with you all on the many different opportunities that we have to have higher impact with limited resources. So I'm very happy to share that very positive outcome. So this is a great setting for the today's global gathering on artisanal and small scale gold mining community. And I'm super excited that this initiative, Planet Gold, was designed to address all of these very important issues regarding mercury emissions from the small scale mining sector, which is one of the biggest sources of mercury pollution worldwide. When the Jeff designed this Planet Gold program, we understood that to achieve the real impact, we had to ensure two things. One is we have to engage with a very wide range of actors who have a stake in the improvement of this sector, and in many cases, these actors are very small, there are the women and frontier communities, and it is extremely complicated to be able to, engage with all range of actors, and that has been in our priorities ever since. So this has been a very important experience, but there's still a lot to be done in terms of fully engaging with the wide range of all actors within this sector. And the second element uh, um, is that the result of this program not only benefit the individuals participating in the countries, but also serves as a laboratory for innovation and creation of evidence base that can help us upscale these initiatives all over the world. And I think that that's something that we've been able to follow track and learn during the early stages and implementation of this initiative. So this global forum is, as I said, the first global gathering of our community on the Planet Gold program. And I hope that for in the next few days we can hear and learn from each other and co-create new ideas as we need to move ahead much faster than what we will do. In the next few days, you will hear from the current Planet Gold projects during the very different sessions. We will hear, and I will be extremely thrilled to hear and learn in detail of the things that we've been doing in DRC, in Ivory Coast, South Africa, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Ghana. I mean, a lot of countries are already engaged with the implementation of projects that aim for the mercury related solutions. But also, it is very important to really understand and even recognize the role of national and international experts that has been helping us formalizing, designing the projects, helping us with this supply chain approach, working on the alternatives and the new technologies, bringing the gendered element into this, doing the monitoring, setting the baselines, bringing the geologists and the engineers. I mean, the whole set of different actors so we can have an impact that is sustainable and is scalable. So we're excited. I'm also very excited to collaborate with our long-term partner, the World Bank, to who is presenting with us in this forum, and will showcase some of the working on mitigating the impact of small-scale mining on forested landscapes. And yes, it is relevant, and without this, we will never achieve any progress at any scale. Here it is important to have the voice of those who are are the important actors at the field level, which are the miners. Um, you know, uh, uh, it is extremely important to work close to them and have them in the core, in the center of what we can do. Um, Viola introduced me as the former Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica, and that is my title. But also, the Minister of Environment and Energy in Costa Rica is also the Minister of Mining. So I was three times the Minister of Mining in Costa Rica, and I know firsthand the complexities of dealing with small scale mining, with the use of mercury, and also with illegal activities and the use of mercury, the legal trade of mercury. I mean, I have all kind of experiences on that, and the Jeff was basically the single most important partner that I had in Costa Rica to address these issues. So I have this very strong experience that I would like to bring into this partnership. And with this, I would like to thank everybody for joining us. I would like to thank our colleague Susan Keane from NRDC, as well as our good friend from UNIDO, who has implemented the Global Gold project. I wish you all a very successful event meeting. I hope that we can continue strengthening our partnership And I look forward in GEF-8 to be the trusted partner of you all, providing not only funding, providing solutions and political engagement at the highest level so we can be part of the system change. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Thank you for your remarks. And as you pointed out, it's always very good news to have more resources. It's always good news to be able to facilitate also access to mercury-free technologies and best practices towards responsible artisanal and small-scale gold mining. And for the global chemicals and waste management agenda also, it's always very good news. Thank you very much, Carlos. Our next high-level speaker will be Ms. Monica Stankeways, the Executive Secretary of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. Monica has 20 years of experience working on environmental issues, including 7 years as the Executive Secretary of the Baltic Marine Environment Protection Commission, HELCOM. She also served as the Professional Secretary of HELCOM, responsible for shipping and cooperation with the International Maritime Organization. Dear Monica, it is a great honor to have you join us at this global event. You have the floor, please.
Good day, everyone, and thank you, Abiola, for your kind introduction. Dear Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, GEF CEO, dear Abiola and Ludovic, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. I would like to start by thanking the planetGOLD program managers, the GEF Secretariat, and all the organizers for this important forum. I believe this forum is a shining example of the power of collaboration between the Convention, the Global Mercury Partnership, and the Global Environment Facility. It is through this kind of global multi-stakeholder collaboration and information sharing that we can achieve the objective of the Minamata Convention. At the recently concluded fourth meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention, hosted by Indonesia, our parties made it clear that the attention to ASGM must remain very strong. The Conference of the Parties adopted an updated guidance on development of a national action plan for artisanal and small-scale gold mining. And in adopting the guidance, the COP called upon parties to engage with indigenous peoples, local communities, and other stakeholders in the development and implementation of national action plans. The COP requested the Secretariat to do further work with the Global Mercury Partnership to disseminate the guidance, support its use by parties, and keep it under review. I'm also happy to report to you that also about another major decision by the Conference of the Parties. The meeting agreed to amend Annex A of the Convention on Mercury-added products. The import, export, and manufacture of several new products will be phased out by 2025, which will make tracking of the mercury trade easier. And dentists will no longer have access to bulk mercury, which will reduce the supply of such mercury that can be diverted illegally to ASGM. And for the first time on the agenda of our COP, gender was a standalone item. And next, the Secretariat will develop a draft gender action plan for the convention. And we will be happy to use the great experience of the gender work undertaken by GEF and by the planetGOLD. Finally, our parties stress the importance of GEF financing, as well as support from the convention's specific international program to their implementation needs. And here I would like to take this opportunity and congratulate Carlos Manuel, GEF CEO, and GEF Secretariat on the strong outcomes of the GEF-8 replenishment. Myself and my colleagues in the Secretariat are happy to continue the good collaboration for the impactful use of the GEF-8 resources and for the benefit of the implementation of the Convention in an integrated way. As you know, the Minamata Convention provides instructions for what to do about mercury use in ASGM. This is set forth in Annex C to the Convention. You bring those instructions into life. You make the connections that will allow these instructions to be effective. ASGM national action plans are at the cornerstone of the Convention's approach. These plans must be implemented, they must be reviewed, and they must be also adaptive in order to remain effective over time. I count on you to ensure interaction between your work and the NEPs as you carry out your activities at the local, regional, national levels. The Secretariat has received 19 national action plans so far, while many more countries have received GEF support to undertake the NAPs. I strongly encourage all such countries to complete and submit their national action plans, as this will provide critically needed information to partners, including the many organizations attending this forum, as they seek to advance the implementation of the Convention. Your agenda during this week is extremely relevant. It includes discussions on trade, supply chains, financing, and the use of digital technologies. And I thank you for lending your expertise to the work in front of us. You are best placed to carry out forward innovations that can dramatically improve the data collection, monitoring, and health protections in the field. All these elements fit very well into the approach set forth in Annex C of the Convention, including the elimination of worst practices such as whole ore amalgamation, open burning of amalgam or processed amalgam, burning of amalgam in residential areas, and cyanide leaching without prior mercury removal. These are technical terms, but their impacts are simple. They destroy the health of people and ecosystems which are at the center of sustainable development. So please go forth with your work during this week to expand our expertise and to lead transformational change. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Monica. Thank you for your remarks, also highlighting the key role of the planetGOLD and the GEF in supporting efforts under the Minamata Convention to integrate the ASGM sector into the formal economy, society, and regulatory system. Also sharing with us the key outcome of Minamata COP 4.2. Thank you very much, including the key role of collaboration among chemicals MEAs. Now we will move to the last speaker for this opening segment as I invite Mr. Ludovic Bernardo. Ludovic is the head and program manager of the planetGOLD program. He currently serves as the chemicals and waste portfolio manager and officer in charge at the United Nations Environment Program with 20 years experience in the development and management of projects addressing mercury issues. I will now invite Ludovic to give a short overview of the planetGOLD program. You have the floor, please, Ludovic.
Thank you, Abiola. It's a pleasure to work with you again since our days in the Global Mercury Partnership. Dear Monica and dear Carlos Manuel, and dear participants from our partners, from academia, and from the participating countries, it's a pleasure to welcome you today to this global forum. Finally, I should say, we have a global forum. Unfortunately, we could not organize a meeting earlier because of the pandemic, as everyone knows. And still today, we're still meeting electronically, but we couldn't wait any longer. We now have a lot of good stories to tell, a lot of good things to report from the projects participating to the program, and it was the time now to host this global forum. So, as you know, the planetGOLD program is funded by the Global Environment Facility. It is a global initiative to help countries address mercury use in the artisanal and small-scale gold mining sector, as we've heard. The program is led by UNEP, the United Nations Environment Program, but we are working very closely with 4 implementing partners. The United Nations Development Program, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and Conservation International. The program supports countries' commitments under the Minamata Convention on Mercury and its Article 7. Next slide, please. planetGOLD's mission is to make artisanal and small-scale gold mining sector safer, cleaner, and more profitable. As a program that implements the Minamata Convention's basic obligation to take steps to reduce and, where feasible, eliminate mercury, planetGOLD has ambitious mercury reduction targets as its main objective. Next slide, please. The main tool for implementing the obligation under the convention is the ASGM National Action Plan, or NAPS, as we have heard from Monica just now. NAPS are currently underway in 43 countries, and they provide resources and a blueprint for action for these countries that have already identified key strategies to reduce mercury use. Key elements of NAPS are also reflected in what will be presented and discussed over the next 3 days of this Global Forum event. And planetGOLD is a tool for the implementation of NAPS in the participating countries. Next slide, please. As for these exactly participating countries, planetGOLD has 2 phases. In the first phase, which is now fully under implementation since 2018, the program includes 9 countries shown on this slide in the gold color. A second phase of planetGOLD was introduced in the current GEF cycle, GEF-7, with an additional 14 countries. These projects are currently under development or finalization and are expected to begin implementation over the next 2 years. So overall, we will soon have 23 countries working under the program, and probably more to be added in the next phase of GEF. The program, but outside these countries, the program doesn't just aim to help these 23 countries, but also serves as a knowledge sharing platform to disseminate evidence and lessons learned to the entire global artisanal and small-scale gold mining community. To this aim, there is a separate global coordination project for this purpose, which has organized this event, among others, and also hosts the website of the program in order to share knowledge with you over the next 3 days. Next slide, please. So the program has 4 key pillars. First, helping to formalize the sector, as Annex C of the convention requires. Then, focus special efforts on removing the barriers to formal financing, which are the main barrier to adopting better practice. This is strongly linked to the third pillar, which is introducing mercury-free gold extraction methods to the ASGM communities. And finally, once they have produced gold, the program facilitates access to formal supply chain, which will enable and encourage miners to adopt mercury-free methods and improve their livelihood by getting a better income for the gold that they produce. Next slide, please. Over the next 3 days in this global forum, you will see and discuss these key pillars as they are disseminated in the agenda. Day 1 largely focuses on the pillars of finance and formalization, while Day 2 covers issues of accessing formal markets and technological solutions. The final day touches on creating an enabling environment for responsible ASGM, including gender mainstreaming, awareness raising, protecting biodiversity, mercury trade, and more. As we have heard from Carlos Manuel, the issue is not one-dimensional, and we need to have all these issues covered. Next slide, please. So we will be hearing from the current planetGOLD countries teams across these key themes. On the topic of finance, today we will hear from the members of financial institutions for Peru and Ecuador about increasing ASGM access to finance in those contexts, as well as financing for women miners in particular in Burkina Faso and Colombia. We will hear from Kenya about addressing formalization challenges in that country. Tomorrow, we will hear about supply chains considerations for artisanal and small-scale gold mining in Indonesia and Colombia, and about prospecting and gold production technologies being piloted in Guyana, Mongolia, and the Philippines. Finally, on Thursday, we will learn about the methods to remove mercury from tailings in Colombia, gender assessments in Mongolia, the Philippines, and Guyana, training women goldsmiths in Ecuador as a way to use gold and transform gold in the countries, attaining FPIC in the Philippines, and general lessons from the interventions in Indonesia. We will, of course, hear from other important actors in communities, private sector partners, other NGOs, and academics that are very key partners to the Planet Gold program, as well as miners themselves via video testimonials shared throughout the event. Next slide, please. Before I conclude and we begin these discussions, please note that the background material on many of the topics we will cover in this forum can be found by clicking on the resource area icon on the left side of your screen. This will take you to the thematic reading rooms that have been created on the Planet Gold website. So even after the event, you still have access to all this information through our website. Throughout the event, you are also invited to share your reactions and key takeaways on social media using the hashtag @GoldForum. And finally, next slide. We thank you very much for your attention. I hope this provided a brief overview of the program and how, in the context of the Global Forum, we will discuss these issues together. And I wish everybody a very exciting 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ludovic. Thank you for providing this overview and for leading the development of this global program to make small-scale gold mining safer, cleaner, and more profitable. Once again, many thanks to you, Carlos, and also to Monica for being part of this opening segment. And with this, we'll move to the technical sessions. The first technical session of the Global Forum will highlight the role of finance and financial institutions in the creation of clean gold supply chains from ASGM. The session will be hosted by Nikki Duncan. Nikki Duncan is an international business executive with over 15 years of experience managing complex programs designed to strengthen economies, empower communities, and improve lives. Nikki has worked in over 26 countries, 16 of which are of the African continent. Currently, Nikki serves as a project lead for USAID's Zahab's Safi Clean Gold project in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I now hand over the first technical session to Nikki. Nikki, over to you, please.
Good day, everyone. It's great to be with you today. In this session, we'll be talking about the role of financial institutions in creating responsible gold supply chains. As we know, access to finance is one of the premier systemic barriers to responsible sourcing of artisanal gold. So in this session, we will discuss the role financial institutions, both domestic and international, are playing to overcome this barrier. We're going to be highlighting and amplifying financial models and products specifically designed to support artisanal and small-scale gold miners within the context of the Planet Gold network, as well as other programs. To kick off this session, we will first hear from Manuel Reynoso, a Peruvian miner who will talk about the challenges to access to finance in his country context. Video, please.
El tema también hay que decirlo, en este país la falta de trabajo ha hecho que nosotros los que no teníamos trabajo y conocíamos, hemos salido al campo y estamos haciendo una minería. Poco a poco lo vamos a hacer responsable y también esto está generando divisas al país, porque el oro que sale, todo es exportado y eso viene divisas a nuestro país. Y también el movimiento de la economía local la movemos nosotros, porque al comprar todos los productos se los compramos a los pequeños, a los que tienen sus tiendas pequeñas, le damos trabajo y que ellos se beneficien con el trabajo de nosotros. El tema de llevar todos nuestros registros, llevar una contabilidad ordenada, y también el tema de poder acceder a crédito, eso nos va a ayudar mucho, porque muchos de nosotros lo único que hacemos es pedirnos acá a un amigo, alguien nos preste plata, nos preste y lo devolvemos con cuánto interés. Nosotros no accedemos al crédito y creo que ese es un tema que estamos trabajando. Creo que planetGOLD nos va a ayudar a conocer el sistema financiero, cómo trabaja y cómo podemos llegar a acceder al crédito.
Great, thank you, Manuel. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Rosano Ramos Velita, who is a global leader in impact investing, technology, entrepreneurship, and finance. Prior to acquiring Caja Los Andes, she had a 20-year career on Wall Street. Welcome, Rosana.
Thank you, Nikki, and thank you for the opportunity to address such an important issue in terms of economic inequality and access to the formal financial system. Los Andes is a microfinance institution in Peru which supports and focuses on rural communities, mainly communities that are located in the Andean region of Peru, where most of the gold mining occurs. And I'm going to give you a brief overview of the wonderful partnership that we have signed with planetGOLD. Actually, Los Andes was the first financial institution to sign such partnership, and we are already working with the local planetGOLD team and our team to do some pilots in some mining areas in the southern part of the country, and we hope to develop excellent products that will help Mr. Reynoso, for example, access to credit. So we could start the presentation, please. In the next page. In Los Andes, we have over 2 decades of commitment to financial inclusion through providing fair access to savings, credit, and insurance products across Peru. Our main goal is to support local communities and families to achieve their dreams. As in many of our countries, economic inequality and lack of financial inclusion, it's a key element of poverty. And Los Andes is 100% and beyond committed to contributing in the reduction of poverty through providing access, financial access to our communities. Next page, please. In terms of our partnership with planetGOLD, I was even astonished looking at some of these numbers. Peru is well known in the world for our mining exports capacity. It goes back to the Spanish times, where Peru was a key country exporting all sorts of minerals, especially gold. Even though we have leading mines, international conglomerates in the country, as Mr. Reynoso said, because of poverty and lack of opportunities, a lot of families, a lot of people become artisanal miners. And I was really taken aback by the fact that many of them continue to use mercury for the production or the cleaning, the processing of the metal. And we really are very excited and encouraged that we can be the financial partner of planetGOLD in this impressive and very high impact project. The numbers here are, I think, a great example of the potential. Around 90,000 potential miners, and with a possibility of really being able to lend up to $1 billion in working capital or other products, very targeted for the needs of the artisanal miners. I am very also excited, and I'm going to direct my team to explore products focused on the women who work in this type of mining. We call them the payaqueras. And the type of work that they do is extreme in terms of health quality and I think danger. And they are the key components of our focus at Los Andes. We strive to support and empower women through financial inclusion. Next page, please. Here are a couple of pictures of our team visiting the mines that I mentioned to you. We're already starting a pilot with planetGOLD, and we hope to have some results, I hope, in the next few months. Next slide, please. Or maybe it's the video.
Como minero, para mí ha sido algo sorprendente que cuando tú vas a una entidad financiera, quieres pedir un préstamo y te niegan, ¿no? Porque yo quiero ser de repente igual que una empresa formal, ¿no?
El proyecto planetGOLD Perú tiene como objetivo reducir y o eliminar las emisiones y liberaciones de mercurio de la minería artesanal y de pequeña escala. Lo que está haciendo el proyecto planetGOLD es tender puentes, tanto entre la minería artesanal como las entidades financieras.
Nosotros como Grupo GEA estamos trabajando dentro del planetGOLD para elaborar un diseño y plan de acceso financiero a las MAPES. Recoger todas las necesidades que tienen como prioridad para poder generar un oro sostenible e inclusivo.
Los pequeños mineros necesitan alrededor de 50.000 soles aproximadamente y solamente en San Juan de Churunga habría una posibilidad de colocación de más de 2 millones de soles. Conociéndolos y haciendo productos especiales para ellos, todos ganamos.
Existe un segmento muy interesante que son las payaqueras y con eso queremos, dentro de estos productos que vamos a elaborar, incluir el enfoque de género a través de la visibilidad de la mujer.
El pañaqueo es el producto estéril que botan los mineros, botan a sus chorreaderos y nosotros seleccionamos el mineral. A nosotros nos gustaría sí, que estas entidades nos den ese préstamo. ¿Qué haría yo ahorita? Implementaría en comprar mis máquinas para poder salir adelante.
El proyecto está enfocado en 3 regiones, pero creemos que el alcance puede ser a nivel nacional. Va a permitir que las economías locales se dinamicen, que haya un desarrollo local, un desarrollo regional y definitivamente una mejora en la calidad de vida.
Next slide, please. Here's our commitment. I think what you just saw in pictures, both from the women who work in this type of environment and activity, and also the miners, we are totally committed in designing products to help them achieve, number one, formality so that they can produce or extract the gold in terms of future exports, and also to help them improve their own environment and reduce the use of mercury, and not only be able to create a business that is sustainable, and we help them get financial inclusion and develop wealth for their families, but also to maintain and to clean our beautiful environment in the Andes of Peru. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rosanna, for the work that you're doing and the innovations that you are exploring. We're just really grateful for your foresight and vision. Next, we will actually hear from Ms. Susana Morales. Susana is a gold marketing specialist at the Central Bank of Ecuador, a chemical engineer by trade, Ms. Morales has participated in the qualification of artisanal and small-scale mining operators, in the execution of ASM gold purchases, specifically around, the gold doré bar, as well as in non-monetary gold certification processes, among others. Welcome, Susanna.
Thank you. El rol de las instituciones financieras en la creación de cadenas de suministro.
The role of financial institutions in the creation of responsible gold chain. Next slide. Here we have the phases of the mining activity. We have prospecting, exploration, exploitation, benefit, smelting, refining, commercialization, and close of the mine. The Central Bank of Ecuador markets gold for producers of gold according to the mining law. And they have another option, which is the export to international refineries directly. Next slide, please. Here we have our value chain. We start with the registry of economic agents of small and artisanal mining, applying due diligence. We purchase non-unit gold, which are registered in our accounting books as non-monetary gold. Then we go through certification processes with the compliance with standards. And finally, we put that into our books, monetary gold, increasing our gold reserves. This is applying due diligence filters. We have support activities like social communication, public procurement, that includes the human talent that we have, our security operations, legal support, IT, and communication, and the support of transportation personnel. Next one, please. Our strategic objectives are to boost economic development, promote our fair price policy, ensure due diligence in our process, foster good supply practices, increase the monetary reserve of Ecuador, promote financial inclusion, and strengthen dollarization. Next one, please. We have two purchase modalities, is the direct purchase to small and artisanal miners, or if we can't be close to a sector or production is lower, they use an intermediary, which is a gold trader. And they go with their gold to our marketing offices, both in Quito and Machala. Next one, please. Our authorization process of economic agents starts with the reception of forms. We go to verify data in our platform. It's called Dato Seguro. That includes civil registry, corporate registries, internal income service to check their tax status, their insurance, to see what their legal status is. We have the support of the regulation agency to validate the mining right. Then we go to the National Directorate of Compliance that verify the money laundering, terrorism financing, among others. So if they comply with all their requirements, they are certified as economic agents. They make a declaration of economic agent where they declare the origin of their gold, and they start the sale processes. We also apply visits based on craft code and the OECD guides to provide environmental and corporate responsibility. And we do this because at the end of the day, our gold will be processed in refiners with LBBMA certificates. These are pictures of our due diligence visits in Santa Rosa, in the province of El Oro. This is the mining concession Denis Dos. We have our purchase processes for smelting in induction furnaces. Next one, please. This is our purchase process. We physically verify the bars. We make a control of the finesse. We smelt the doré bars, and we produce purchase sales forms. Finally, the miner witnesses this process and he produces an invoice, gives it to BCE, they make the purchase, and then the process starts all over again. These are our figures. We have around 628 mining actors registered. The only that have received their certificates are 378. We've executed purchases with a percentage of 76% to small miners, 40% through traders, and 10% through artisanal miners. It's important to highlight that artisanal miners are increasing in our purchases. This is the evolution of the purchases, 90.92 million in 2018. We opened an office in the city of Machala. This is a mining district close to the production sites. Our gold comes mainly from the provinces of Azuay, Zamora, Chinchipe, and El Oro. For 2021, 94.7%. In 2019, we executed refining processes, and in 2022, which increased to 135 and 157 million, respectively. Next one, please. We apply due diligence filters to identify, evaluate, mitigate, monitor, and inform. Do you want to ask a question? To mitigate all the risks in the mining activities. Next one, please. This is our supply chain. The ASGM is in charge of production in mines with their supplies. They produce gold and sell gold to BCE. We make transfers to the financial entities, generating the mining inclusion of the ASGM. Mining inclusion has allowed more than 3,000 transactions executed in the local financial system. This produces financial culture and confidence in formalization, and with this, financial institutions can see mining actors as credit worthy because they pay their taxes. For example, 1.49 million for income tax in 2029 of the sales executed by ASGM to the central bank. In our conclusions, we have that our process of refining of gold increased 235 and 157 million in the reserve. Our gold comes mainly from the three provinces of production, El Oro, Azuay, y Zamora, Chinchipe. Our marketing process of ASGM are dynamic, competitive, and they have a continuous improvement in the supply chain of minerals. The role of BCE in the supply chain allows to identify the financial inclusion, transfers, and transactions made in the financial institutions in the ASGM, and they are also credit worthy. BCE constitute a channel between ASGM and financial entities to produce credit products to support the mining sector and with the support of the UNDP. The success of our financial inclusion strategies depends on the commitment and coordination of all the stakeholders, either public or private, in the mining sector. Thank you very much. This is all.
Thank you so much, Susana. As someone who's working in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where the central bank is also considering buying artisanal gold, I can see how some exchange might be really useful. So we look forward to staying in touch with you and your team.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would be really wonderful. We're going to pause right now to see if there are any questions in the audience. Feel free to use the Q&A tab on the right side of your screen to ask any questions of Susanna or Rosanna based on their presentations. And given that we are in a trilingual meeting, feel free to ask the question in any language that you feel comfortable. So we do have one question, and I'll just ask, there's a question from Marcela Viega, and I'll say it in English, but I'll ask Jerome to then follow up with posing the question in Spanish to Susanna, I believe the question is. So Susanna, how do you know that the miners selling the gold are not middlemen who buy gold from the miners for a low price and sell it to the Central Bank of Ecuador? So Jerome, please feel free to jump in.
Could be in Spanish or?
Yes, Jerome Stuckey is helping me. So maybe Jerome, are you able to translate to Susanna? However you feel
okay. Or can I
feel free? Yeah, in Spanish. You can respond in Spanish.
Okay. Nosotros
we buy to traders. However, traders should present invoices. So when they present invoices, somehow there's a controlled discount to producers. There's an agreement between producers, and in addition, producers are also qualified by the BCE. If they detect a higher discount, they can make direct sales to the central bank. In any of the two offices, we have one in Quito and another one in Michala.
Great. Are there any other questions? We probably don't have time for many more because we'll move on to the next part of the session. But if there's one other question, no more questions? Okay. Thank you, Jerome. Thank you, Susanna. Thank you, Rosanna. And we'll continue on to the next part of the session. I'm very excited to introduce our next two panelists who will engage me in a short fireside chat conversation on the work that we are all doing together via the USAID's Clean Gold Project, which is known as Zahabu Safi in the context of Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Gaylord Osake, the head of the Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Department at Equity BCDC or BCDC Bank, and Mr. David McAvoy, who works in the CEO's office at Trust Merchant Bank. Both Equity and TMB are local banks with operations all over DRC. Welcome, Gaylord, and welcome, David. So I will start the conversation with a very basic question, just giving you both an opportunity to share your bank's vision. And we will start with Mr. Gaylord, and then David will hear from you. But the question is, what is your bank's vision for how you plan to support the artisanal and small-scale mining sector in DRC? So, Mr. Gaylord, we will start with you first.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Nikki. Sorry, can you come back with the question as my network was briefing?
Okay. No problem. I will say it in French. Quelle est la vision de votre banque sur la façon dont vous envisagez de soutenir le secteur d'exploitation minière Artisanal et à petite échelle en RDC. En anglais, in English is, what is your bank's vision for how you plan to support the artisanal and small scale mining sector in DRC?
Bien, je vais
So I'm just going to answer this question in French. So what is the vision of our bank in supporting this particular sectors? Allow me to say that the bank has a really, really inclusive approach in order to really be able to reach the populations, the entrepreneurs that are, let's say, marginalized from the institutions, the modern institutions, from the classical systems. And we are working on creating tools that would allow all of this population that we find not only in urban areas, but in rural areas as well. We allow them to have access to the classical services, so and the finances. Of course, another objective of our bank is the access to credits in order for us to be able to create more dynamisms in corporations and within entrepreneurs. And of course, we are not we need to take into account all of the risks. In these sectors, of course, we have the informal economy, so the informality that's really, really high. The structures are informal majoritarily, but we also have the sector that is perceived in a certain manner. It is at risk because there are a lot of elements that need to be highlighted in this sector. So things that are vague, are not clear, for example, when we take into account the finances, when we take into account due diligence, that is important in the construction of cooperatives. In addition to that, so the security is not really clear as well whenever a bank, for example, grants finances. But in addition to that, let's say that we have an opportunity that would allow the bank to participate in this development. So this capacity building, all while structuring in a way or another. Sometimes we do it by ourselves, or sometimes we do it within other structures. For example, our work with the Abu Safi has allowed us to have a really a clear visibility, taken into account the traceability, the model itself. But it has allowed us as well to put together some structures that would allow us to continue. So our vision is really clear. We want to allow access to financing of these actors. And currently we are in a numeric world, in a digital world. We want to have these tools that are available. So for example, we have a problem with the connectivity and with the platform of USSD. Currently, today, this is a strategy that would allow us to integrate these tools and to allow multiple actors to have access. But in addition to that, we have this access to financing that's really important. And this is a very clear vision of ours. So in order to give these entrepreneurs capacities, in order to create this value, and of course, help these investors, help these cooperatives, help all of the actors on within the supply chain in order to, promote the development of rural areas.
Le développement dans les zones rurales. Voilà.
Thank you, Gaylord. David, we'll turn it over to you. What is TMB's vision for how you will support ASM in DRC?
Hi there, Nikki and everybody, and thank you for inviting us to participate in today's program. I'm having some delay on the line, so hopefully you can all hear me clearly and without interruption. I want to give a little, great, thanks Nikki. I want to give a little context on TMB itself. We are a financial inclusion-led bank operating only in the DRC. We provide about 1 in 5 bank accounts in the country, and we provide service right across the DRC. So the ASM sector and ASM communities really should be a normal fit for a bank like us. And it's a sector that we've looked at for a long time, but we've been very hesitant to engage with the sector due to a number of different risks identified with ASM. And in particular, an economy like the DRC that's largely dollarized. So we're a financial inclusion bank, we're a universal bank. We have the capacity in terms of mobile banking and personnel to extend coverage. We've held back, as I said, because of reputational and compliance risk issues that we've identified for the sector. But really, we do have a vision now to lead engagement with the sector. And I would say there are three pillars to that vision. The first vision is to move our institution and banks like ours and banks internationally from a approach that's a de-risking approach to more of a risk mitigation and risk management approach. And that opens the door to providing service to the ASGM sector in DRC. Very important for us is that we want to encourage the formalization and investment in ASGM. So it's not just about providing a bank account, but it's about providing financing so that actors can increase their productivity, they can improve their environmental ESG standards. There's various different parts of the picture that we want to be able to support. And we also want to support the communities that are the wider economy, the communities that ASM takes place in. So we're not just looking at ASM activity itself, but the broader community. So we have a very diversified and inclusive approach to how we would do business. And the third pillar is really focused on the DRC banking sector itself. We want to be part of, I guess, an upskilling and an upscaling of efforts within the banking sector to engage more thoroughly with the ASM sector. So that's the vision on a very high level. Our intention is to provide all services and banking products that we do anyhow to ASM clients. So that would be everything from a basic bank account in Congolese francs or in dollars or euros, through to mobile banking, to financing products, to leasing products, insurance products, for example. So an ASM client theoretically will be treated the same way as any other client at the bank and have the same level of access to any product and service too. As I said, the focus really is on CapEx when we look at financing to push for productivity gains and improvements in the environmental area of production. We are open and we're keen to bank all participants in the sector, from individual miner through to a cooperative to an exporter. That's very important to us, that we have a vision and we have a view right across the value chain that in DRC, and that helps us price, and it helps the price risk, both credit risk, and it helps us price compliance risk when we're looking at activity in the sector. We do have a preference, Nikki, to focus on using our mobile banking platform to provide service. That reduces the costs of extending service, especially in the initial phases of providing ASGM banking. And it also provides additional comfort and security in terms of being able to map out and monitor financial flows as they go across the system. So it gives us a little bit additional confidence in the reputational risk and compliance risk areas. So very much maybe a mobile banking first approach, but in time, we would expect to bring in branches, first low-cost branches into ASGM communities. And if the need is there and the economic arguments add up, we would also develop branches on site or close to ASGM activity. So I hope that gives you a little bit of flavor of our interest. Just one point on compliance too, Nikki, I jump in very quickly. We want to see compliance as an enabler. We think we'll be collecting a lot of data on ASGM clients. That data has a value. It can be leveraged. It can be leveraged in a number of ways. So we want to empower our clients to have access to that data and be able to use that data. Just throwing out one example, if we're collecting data on the environmental standards or performances of clients, that data, perhaps when it shows a positive trend, can be used to access or to support access to sustainability linked financing. Just one example. So we're thinking in many different ways of how we can interact with and support the sector.
Thank you, David. I think I'll start with you for the second question. And there are definitely some questions coming in on the chat that we'll address after our discussion. So I just wanted to let the audience know that I see the questions and we'll pose them after we finish our chat. So the second question, and David, we'll start with you. In what way is the partnership with USAID Zahab Safi helpful in realizing your bank's vision? And what's been most attractive about this type of partnership?
Yeah, Nikki, again, I may have a problem on my end with the line. You're breaking up, but I understand question 2 is to TMB, to me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think I would highlight 2 words, access and confidence. So let's start with confidence. TMB operates in the DRC, and the DRC banking sector is approximately 90% dollarized, and a lot of the rest is in euros. So our stakeholders are domestic and international. The ASM sector, ASGM sector in particular, is identified with quite a few compliance risks, fairly, unfairly, but that's the reputation. So it comes with a very high level of compliance risk. And for a bank like TMB that's reliant on having good relations with international banks, in particular the dollar and the euro markets, we can't afford to make any compliance mistakes. We don't want to, but we certainly can't afford to, because there are existential risks to the bank. If we lose access to the dollar or the euro market as an entity in DRC, we can no longer trade. So what a project like the Zahab Safi project brings to us is a level of confidence. We're working with stakeholders of repute. We know the stakeholders and the partners in the program are working with the various different entities, for example, cooperatives, in a number of different ways to improve and to develop their operations. That brings confidence to us. So it's a way of looking through a somewhat opaque world and identifying for a pilot phase those that we think we can most in greatest confidence work with and engage with, and that brings a lot of confidence to us. So it's not a financial, it's not it's not about access to money for us or access to grant assistance or anything like that. It really is about confidence and our confidence to move forward. And the other word being access. So having access to stakeholders, having access, for example, Nikki, I mean, if I had a question that I can call you up. Now, you might think, well, yeah, of course. I mean, that's obvious. But when you're coming from a bank like TMB, where you look into this sector, it can be quite opaque. There are a lot of initiatives, there are lots of programs. It can be very time-consuming for a small commercial bank like TMB to see through the fog. So I think the second part of the Zahab Safi program, what it really brings to us is access to the key stakeholders. If we wish to discuss a point, or an idea or a concern, we know that those partners are there for us to turn to. And that really gives us, back to the matter of confidence, the confidence to move forward.
Thank you, David. And Monsieur Gaylord, la même question, deuxième question. En quoi le partenariat avec Zahab Safi est-il utile à la réalisation de votre vision comme une banque commerciale?
Oui, merci beaucoup, Madame Nikki, encore une fois. Je pense que
I think we could help with the implementation works. We showed the Abu Safi with the USAID, with the Abu Safi program. And I would like to congratulate the whole team for the main progress implemented within the implementation of such program. And honestly, I think the situation, the ASGM sector is pretty bad situation at the moment. Through the cooperation, we understood that we may had to focus on the daily difficulties the shareholders and stakeholders are facing to, and take the opportunity to go on the ground, on the field, and understand what they are all facing at small scale level, and understand as well the necessary diligence regarding the traceability, as this was a great question. It was a great issue, because for a bank it's a major risk in terms of reputation, and at some point we are dealing with the wrong stakeholders. some data that have been put and available allows us to understand all the issues regarding traceability and the paper, the role of each stakeholder and its role of identification, which is really important. Today, we talked about the fact that the informal economics we have no clear information how to gather all the stakeholders and the government representatives and the financial institutions at the national and international levels. That allows us to have more visibility regarding the different steps and for our vision, we must have a cooperation in order to create a dedicated action to every stake and single stakeholders involved. We need to improve the autonomization and how to bring the different tools to include them in the different sectors. So our vision, as I was saying before, in terms of financial inclusion through the information that we have been provided in the different SAFI programs and the financing aspect and business model and the ASGM that allows the bank to implement some financial tools. I could see the different questions in the chat here. We may talk about that later on, but I think for a bank to stay in a classical financial tool, when the bank has a business on the other side, it's easier to bring new financial programs and to go forward. But what we did with the SAFI that allows us to implement precisely some products that are taking into account those different challenges and difficulties. For the one we can have some answers regarding the interaction with the SAFI programs.
Merci, Monsieur Gaylord. Donc, la dernière question pour vous deux, the last question for both of you. And on va commencer avec Monsieur Gaylord. So we'll start with you, Mr. Gaylord. I'll read the question in English and then in French. What challenges might you face, if any, with the international banking sector as you start to explore the financial products and services that you have talked about to promote responsible production and exports of artisanal gold? Donc, quels défis pourriez-vous rencontrer, le cas échéant, avec le secteur bancaire international alors que vous commencez à explorer ces produits et services financiers pour promouvoir la production et les exportations responsables de l'or artisanal? Monsieur Gaylord.
Thank you very much again. The challenges are huge, but the biggest challenge of this one, generally in the sector, you have a financial education issue. People, different stakeholders or partners, we realized that we need to develop the financial education, understand the need in terms of training. So the main issue is main challenge to understand the needs in terms of finance. Maybe it's a cultural aspect because we were used to receive money from different sides, but now we are talking about a loan, so that must be considered in a different manner. So the first point is that this population is not so much educated, because we realized that some young people didn't have access to school, and they are at the largest, they represent the main population in this case. So we need to understand what it is all about when we are talking about loan products, saving products, what is important to save money, to work with the bank, what is the role of the bank, what is the destination of the investment, and the training part and the educational part is pretty important, and a social aspect as well in our activity for the population in cities we are working on. In terms of financial training and education, it's very low. It's very low, and we need to bring that education there. The profile of those actors when we are talking about artisanal small-scale gold miners, the question of financing is linked that as there's a lack of information in this regard. Firstly, within these entities and SM, the information regarding the structure of the finance help it goes with the information. This access to the information, what I mean is that it does not allow the banks to implement their activity on a daily basis. So the main issue here is the understanding of how to manage, or the question of governance as well within this sector. Within all these ecosystem, there are huge challenges to be addressed, and our approach is an ecosystemic approach that would allow us, once we would have trained the whole stakeholders, we would need to finance without fearing the other challenges, which are the guarantees, because the guarantees are not well defined. But I think that with a simplified model of guarantee fund, I think everybody has to be involved and to work within the risk sharing mechanism. If we know a well-defined market, this is still a very huge challenge, and there are some classical guarantees.
Merci. David, and as you're seeing questions in the chat, feel free to integrate them into your response, like Mr. Gaylord. But what are some of the challenges you might face, specifically with the international banking sector, as you start to explore these new financial products and services?
Hi, Nikki. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. It's the last question. If
Nikki,
you...
Have I got sound?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, great. Let me just speak a little bit about the international banking sector. In the DRC, we do have a problem with banks de-risking and exiting the market completely, and that's right across the market. It's not specific to the ASM or the ASGM sector. So that's the first matter, the matter of de-risking. And let's think about that context too. If you consider TMB, we're a retail bank in the DRC, and in the DRC there are about 500,000 to 1 million people engaged in the ASM sector. So potentially there's an opportunity for TMB in the DRC to transact the ASGM sector. But even still, we don't think ASGM will provide more than 0.5% of our gross revenues within 3 to 5 years. So the opportunity is small when you consider the size of the bank. If you're an international bank, obviously those numbers are vanishingly small. But the sector does attach to it, again, a compliance and reputational risk issues, fairly or unfairly. And when you're looking at the cost of compliance, for international banks, often I think the question is, why would we bother? We're not interested? There's no strategic interest for us. There's huge downside risk and not a lot of business opportunity. So for us, I think the challenge is twofold. One is to help in the context of our broader relationships with banks to inform and educate them as to why providing service to the ASM, ASGM sectors are important for us and hence should be included in the envelope of product and service that we provide, and why we need to move from de-risking to risk mitigation. And two, for international banks to look out of, again, a silo. And this is maybe where the LSM sector itself comes in. So banks will compete for LSM sector mandates, and they'll compete quite aggressively to win financing mandates or various capital market mandates. I think we need to connect the dots, and the LSM sector has an interest in the ASM sector formalizing, improving productivity, improving environmental standards. And the LSM sector, perhaps with other stakeholders, should or has the ability to influence banks, international banks, to take an approach of risk mitigation and engaging with the sector rather than running away with the sector. I think there's a very, very big risk. When you consider, again, that we're talking about dollar or euro transactions, if you take a hypothetical, an importer in the United Kingdom who maybe uses HSBC or Deutsche Bank, and they have another bank, they're sending funds to DRC, and their supplier in DRC has another bank, say Citibank or JP Morgan. You have two banks in the middle of that financial flow and two compliance departments, and realistically, you could have compliance stops and checks on a frequent basis that stops flows or delays flows from anywhere to 40 to 60 days. And when you're talking about banks providing short-term pre-financing to, for example, exporters or cooperatives, or when you're looking at cash flow management issues for entities on the ground in DRC, a delay of 40 to 60 days in having funds coming in is potentially catastrophic, number one. And number two, for banks, and if we're talking about how can we substitute collateral, for example, with data, with financial flow data, that volatility in data of flows really disrupts banks' ability to price risk and to credit risk manage their ASGM clients. So it's something we are very much focused on at TMB. We've been engaging with international banks. It's not an easy thing to do, to be quite honest. I think it's where other stakeholders perhaps can also engage and support. But I think we do have to, in the context of a dollar economy where exports are in dollars, we do have to be quite cognizant of the fact that there are risks attached that apply to the international banking sector, and ensure that we have that sector's buy-in to supporting to supporting AS and ASGM transactions. Nikki, I hope that.
David is having some connectivity issues, but that was perfect timing. We have some questions. We finished our conversation, but we have some questions in the chat, and I believe Gaylord and David started to answer some of them in their responses, but maybe in the last 4 minutes that we have left, we'll try to tackle some of the questions. Donc, Monsieur Gaylord, il y a des questions dans la chat et on va peut-être répondre aux questions. I will start with the question from Samuel. In the DRC context, the question is there any financial institution dedicated to financing ASGM activities? And Samuel, I'll maybe start answering that question. To our knowledge, there are no specific financial institutions that are dedicated only to financing artisanal and small-scale mining activities. But the two banks that you see here, I would argue, are the most forward-leaning banks who have expressed an interest and are actively engaging and partnering to actually develop and deploy financial products and services for artisanal and small scale mining. So I hope that answers your question on the first question. The second question was on pre-finance and whether the cooperatives receive pre-financing for its activities and what guarantee is required. Donc, Monsieur Gaylord, vous avez...
Gaylord, you talked about guarantees, and does equity considered pre-financing as a product? And if so, what are the guarantees and the necessary guarantees to have access to those financial products and services? Pre-financing is obviously one of the products that can be given to those partner stakeholders, the ASGMs. And if there is a specific relationship between the co-op and the bank, there is a flow, a well-controlled flow. Once everything is under control, the market, which is well targeted, when you have a well-targeted market, there is a bank intervention within the structures. It's easier to implement a pre-financing for the activities regarding equipment, regarding to improve the workers' conditions, and in that case, would have a model experience the same as we did with the different co-op in the agricultural field, when the bank is within the different mechanisms, and that gives us a possibility to finance without guarantees. But on the other side, the bank asks some guaranteed funds, and that allows us to divide the risks and to prevent some risk levels better if we have nothing to help us.
Okay, merci. And the last question, and in about 30 seconds, David, there's a great question in the chat from Ioana. Great to see you again, and I'm glad you're attending. We talked about this as a pilot initiative, our partnership, what the bank is engaging in right now. I mean, what are the challenges that maybe you have identified in scaling beyond a pilot scenario?
Okay, let me turn it around. Let's look at the opportunity. Yeah. So how can we scale it? A number of the risks that I identified and I guess log jams in supporting the sector are ones that I think when we have figured out a response, so working with the international banking sector, how do we create synthetic collateral, for example, by leaning on our credit risk management experience? We can, and we know this from other sectors in the DRC, we can scale that quite quickly. The issue and the one area I see of concern where it will be tricky to scale is a pipeline of potential clients who have the quantum and quality of data available to be bankable. That's an issue. And hands up, as a bank, we don't necessarily see that as our first responsibility. But that being said, we do in our SME banking all the time go out to communities and work with entrepreneurs to develop their proposition to the bank, to build an income statement, to formalize their activities. So that's kind of bread and butter for us. We're not selling anything other than banking products and services. So we have invested interest in developing the pipeline. But I think it's scalable. I think the responses that we are developing to the needs of the sector are scalable because oftentimes the problems are universal.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Gaylord. This has been a really engaging and interesting conversation. I think what you have all mentioned suggests why partnerships with programs, bilateral, programs are important. From the access, from the perspective of understanding the sector access to information, pipeline generation, confidence, working with reputable actors. These are all things that really can facilitate, pilots, but also going beyond pilots. And so I would encourage all of those out there who are working on programs like planetGOLD and others to really engage your local financial institutions as a way and think about ways to incentivize them from a sustainability standpoint. We certainly see that this is something that we're excited to explore and look forward to sharing the results of our partnership with the larger group. So with that, we'll end the session. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Gaylord. Thank you, David. And I'll pass it back to Abiola, who will take us to the next session in the program. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Thank you for anchoring the session looking at the role of financial institutions, including partnerships in fostering responsible operations within the ASGM sector. Thank you very much for those very robust and interesting discussions. Now, distinguished participants, we will be moving to our next session, and this will be 2 parallel sessions, also focused on finance. One session will represent a series of tools developed by the planetGOLD program. And this is to assist investors in the financial and business evaluation of ASGM operations. This will be led and anchored by Scott Grieber of the Artisanal Gold Council. The second session will focus on initiatives to increase opportunities for increasing access to finance for women involved in small-scale mining. And this will be facilitated by Anna Borgman, the project manager of the planetGOLD Burkina Faso project. I will invite you to please attend either of these sessions and to return to the main stage afterwards. There will be about 5 minutes break to allow you to move into either of these 2 sessions. So we will go into the parallel sessions now, focus also on finance, led by Scott Grieber and Anna Borgman. Thank you.
Bonjour, bonsoir tout le monde.
So hello, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm really happy to welcome you to this session on access to financing, and I am the director of the project for planetGOLD for Burkina Faso. So I decided to speak French today. However, allow me to say that you have the simultaneous interpretation that is available in English and in Spanish, because we have a lot of speakers that are going to be present with us today. So today we are going to see 3 examples on how the activities are managed concerning the financial inclusion. So we have Tanzania, we have Burkina Faso, and we have as well a third country. So first of all, from Tanzania, we are going to listen to an audio on a cooperative which is focusing on promoting women's role in this sector, in the mining sector. Afterwards, we're going to have a presentation from Colombia and from Burkina Faso as well. And we are going to speak about the projects of planetGOLD, and we're going to speak about the activities related to women's inclusion in that regard. And allow me to say that the treatment or the processing of mercury are more correspondent to the needs of men. They attract men, and we have always a risk of marginalizing women because of this, especially when we have technologies of or mercury-free technologies. So for Colombia and for Burkina Faso, they have been parallel activities in order to promote women's inclusion financially. What relates both projects, so in Colombia and in Burkina Faso, especially for what concerns activities for women. So both of these projects try to connect women with funds that are already existing. So both projects, so neither of projects did not create a financial mechanism for women, but both projects try to connect women with these existing funds. What's also important is the fact that in both cases, these funds want to reinforce the entrepreneurial capacity of women. So the idea is not to take the decision, to make the decision for women. However, these women are helped in order to promote their own capacities, in order for them to be able to make their own decisions. So do they want to stay in this sector, or do they want to go out of the sector and promote their activities elsewhere? So in the case of Colombia, we're going to see that the approach is a private approach, in the sense that the activity that is working with the CFA, which is an independent cooperative that promotes the role of women, and in the case of Burkina Faso, we are trying to connect women with the governmental funds that are existing, so many ministries, especially the Ministry of Women. So the idea is to make women familiar with the existing policies. So like you see, Colombia, it's a private approach. For Burkina Faso, it's a governmental approach. However, in both cases, we are really working on connecting women with the funds that are already existing. So before giving the floor to the first speaker, allow me to shed a light on the chat box that is going to be useful if you have any questions or comments. So this session is not going to be interactive, so we are going to have some time allocated at the end. So the idea is really to use the chat. We're not going to have questions that are going to be asked aloud. So please, we are going to go back to the comments and to the questions in the chat box at the end. Of course, you can say it. You can do it in Spanish, in French, or in English. There's no problem. So I think that I have spoken too much for the moment. So I'm going to give the floor to Salma Govie, who is a miner, who is an activist, and who is the foundress of Tao Mine Lab. Now she's going to tell us more about the activities of this cooperative.
So I think you can start with the audio. Thank you.
My name is Salma Ernesti, a General Secretary of Tanzania Women Miners Association, TAWOMA, a gemstone miner from Tanga Regional, activist, facilitator, and founder of TAWOMA Youth. I'm working with women in mining, government, and the private sectors, NGOs, and community to improve the living standards, economic status, and gender mainstreaming of all women in mining and small-scale miners in particular. I'm highly motivated to help and support women miners on mineral value addition chain, support ourselves on improving our living standard, financial stability, and to contribute on national income. Tanzania Women Miners Association, TAWOMA, is an association formed on 22nd August 1997 and registered on 23rd November 1997 with registration number 9280. Its office is located at Ondari Street, Upanga, Dar es Salaam. TAWOMA strives to develop and promote women miners and address challenges that we face in this sector. One of the main objectives of TAWOMA is to organize, facilitate female miners and advocate for enabling a business environment, including financial, technical, market support, and services that allows women to conduct our mining activities that are economically viable and environmental sustainable. We wish to raise our living standard, financial stability, economic status of the women miners, and gender equality in our mining sector. The role that TAWOMA plays to women miners include providing trainings and awareness campaign on women to understand their rights, awareness of health risk and caution on the mines, efforts on addressing HIV or AIDS related issues, needs to care and protect the environmental, and efforts on sensitizing and abolishing of child labor. Organizing capacity building workshop or seminars for members to acquire license and operate legal mining and mineral processing activities. Provision of market skills of this business, formation of cooperatives, groups, and savings and credit societies, SACCOs. that can improve living standard of the women miners, improving leadership skills through TAWOMA branches leaders, and providing awareness on technical, business, environmental, and safety issues, market information, representation, and policy advocacy to women miners for the health development of friendly environments for the growing of the business. Also, TAWOMA works with women in mining, government, private sector, NGOs, and communities in general on the struggle for the progress and the development of women miners in improving the living standards, financial stability, and lastly, to contribute on national income. One of the big challenges that we face when trying to access on finances at higher level is that a large percentage of women miners lack collateral to access credit facilities in financial institutions, thus lacking qualifications to access such loans. Up to now, only 1% of all women miners have got such qualifications plus collateral to get an access to those finances at high level. Another is the lack of financial management, education, and record keeping of financial transactions. Almost all financial institutions focus more on keeping records of financial transaction and business development in general without forgetting financial management education. So, the lack of all or one of these causes a large number of women miners to miss the qualifications to an access to funds in these major financial institutions. In other words, I can say incompetence of keeping records of the daily activities of the business and the lack of financial management education reduces the possibilities of women miners to get an access to financial on a higher level. TAWOMA participated on the trade fair and showing their products 2021 at Sabasaba ground, whereby NMB Bank was among of participants. Also, TAWOMA operates through female groups in each region across Tanzania, and NMB Bank has women proposition named Jasiri. The purpose is to increase financial knowledge to women and supporting women initiatives that focus on economic empowerment. NMB Bank has sponsored AGM of TAWOMA and get exposed on what the group members need is loan, but in a form of groups. But banks don't have a group loans, and for the case of individual loans, major challenge here based on collateral and guarantors. As I mentioned above on the challenges that we women miners face when trying to engage and get an access to funds from financial institutions. Collateral and guarantors become one of a bigger challenge, as 1% of all women miners across all our region can manage to have an access to those funds. TAWOMA have managed to establish some projects that can help women miners to get exposed to a new technologies that will speed up productivity, and also they expose women miners to those financial institutions such as banks that so far they are the one that sponsors most of those projects established by TAWOMA. So here we are trying to solve the challenge of being denied the funds in form of groups and connect women miners with financial institutions such as banks so that we can try to approach them individually. And so far it helped so much, and I can see we are going somewhere from where we were before. In the matter of data progressing, NMB Bank are still in a stage of working on a group loan scheme so that more women can benefit loans that can benefit loans. At this moment, banks don't have a group loan scheme, and for the case of individual loan, major challenge based on collateral and guarantor.
Merci beaucoup, Salma.
So thank you very much, Salma, for this presentation. I think that within the participants of this session, so the ones that are she's listening to us today, I think she's here with us. So we have had a lot of rich inputs about the TAOMA activities, and I would like to congratulate them. So currently we are going to change the continent. We are going to go to Colombia. So Manuel Hurtado and Juan Fernando Céspedes. So we are going to listen to their presentation. So how does their project assist women for a better inclusion? So Manuel is a specialist in investment in a planetGOLD project with about 15 years of experience in the private and the public centers. So Juan Fernando is the director of the cooperative of which we are going to which we're going to hear about today. He is going to tell us more about how this enterprise functions and what projects do they have. So now the floor is yours.
To thank the audience for listening. So I'm going to talk about our strategy around small mining. So talking about the methodology focused on women miners or women working in mining, I'd like to show you very quickly the strategy that we have implemented. This is a strategy that wants to address the needs of small miners. These are different needs. However, in this strategy, we've included solutions for these two groups. Artisanal miners. So the strategy basically consists in integrating the highest amount of natural actors of a chain, like the gold chain. We've integrated second-tier banking. In Colombia, we have special credit lines with special conditions with respect to interest rates for these miners. They are putting their resources for this strategy, and we also have institutionalized this with the mining industry and with their knowledge and with their guidance about public policies and regulations. We can approach the financial sector. This has been very valuable. We've also included agencies belonging to the mining ministry. They give us information, and we've also integrated valuable actors of the commercial chain, traders who ensure due diligence processes for these communities and analysis of types of risk, compliance risk, money laundering, and terrorism financing that make this chain more transparent. And we also have the Cooperativa Financiera de Antioquia that has a portfolio of products that have been put at the disposal of mining activities. So the Cooperativa Financiera de Antioquia has a foundation to develop a special methodology to serve women miners and their production activities. We have focused on this work. This is a very nice work that includes a lot of knowledge. And here, Juan Fernando is going to explain in detail what we have done with this methodology, the network of women miners. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Manuel. Greetings to our audience from different countries. Next slide, please. As Manuel was saying, and thanks to this project that we have developed, we are implementing the first network of women miners in these regions that are part of the planetGOLD Colombia project. The cooperative for some years has implemented a strategy of collaborative and solidar networks. We know that by working together, we can facilitate production and collective enterprises to improve the quality of life in the territories where we operate. So what is this network? First, I want to tell you that these are artisanal women miners that are in the banks of rivers where we operate, especially in the zone of Bajo Cauca, Nordeste, and Cerro de Bolívar. These are women that by tradition and due to their families and their structure, they have made a living from artisanal mining. So we have this exercise for them to work together and first make this network visible. So the purpose is that by means of meeting and working together and listening to each other and learning from others, they can make their task visible. And in this context, they stop being seen as marginalized women, women who have to make a living by begging, and by fostering empowerment, they can reach collective process to improve their lives and the lives of others. But we have the certainty that we can do that by working together. This is the network. It will be formed, well, it is formed actually by 13 nodes in the same number of municipalities. That is, in these municipalities where we developed the project, planetGOLD Colombia, we call women miners and artisanal miners to meet monthly in some workshops and in some construction spaces to weave this network around the methodology that we have in the cooperative. Next slide, please. So what do we do? Our purpose as CFA in the framework of the project, even though we are a financial entity, we also foster and support integration. That's our purpose as CFA, as an articulating unit and a team that we have on the field permanently, working with other stakeholders who are in the territory like municipalities, government, ministries, among other actors that share the same territory. We facilitate these women to strengthen collaborative schemes. In fact, when we go to the territory in the stage of exploration, we find that we have collaborative schemes in place where men and women are there facilitating this task. And also they try to formalize their activities. So there are some collaborative schemes that are being formalized and some others that, thanks to this process, will be formalized. So this network is formed by 13 nodes of groups of women who work in small and artisanal mining. And we already have leaderships. So together, they might be suppliers of services to the companies that are there to facilitate these exercises of commercialization. In the model, we have 4 important approaches. First is to strengthen the collaborative scheme so that together they are visible. As a consequence of this process, if we may have a partnership or a cooperative, that would be great, because what we are trying to do is to formalize them. Number 2, why? Well, by means of working together, they can have a collective business model to produce income and learn and formalize, and also may allow them to promote the care for the environment and stop using mercury in their activity. so that they are not seen as women who are in illegal activities and they are actually in these collective schemes. And this activity produces income to improve their quality of life and that of their families. Number three is that marketing. Unfortunately, in this context where they live, oftentimes these women sell gold at low prices because they don't have access to formalization. When they are part of the network, they will have the choice of having a marketing alternative on their fair trade. This is very important in this exercise, but we've also identified that these women do not only work in mining activities, but also they have other productive units, and they do that part-time or also throughout the year, and their economic dynamics revolve around the river. So through the network, we want to make visible these other production units. There are women who work in cocoa or small livestock or family agriculture. And apart from ensuring their food, they also work in fisheries. So we want them to find marketing routes for local consumption and fair trade. So if we see we are going, well, the network will foster economic autonomy and empowerment of women. And the fourth component that we work in the network is financing. That is, through the financial education program, we facilitate not only the adequate use of money for living well, but also the access to products. Next slide, please. So bearing in mind these four components that we developed with the network is to foster a partnership and a collective business model to improve the income of women miners and the visibility of their production units and fostering their marketing and the access to financial products. Therefore, we weave a network so at the end of this exercise, we may produce governance within these principles. Even though it is true, CFA Cooperativa Financiera does not only participate in this project because we belong to that territory and we stay there and we will keep on supporting them over time. This network doesn't end when Planet Gold Colombia finishes, but we will continue making value connections and to produce governance. The networks and the supportive economy to produce wealth and not to produce beggars. So we want them to self-manage collective projects to improve their quality of life and also to implement collective proposals for the generation of their income and that of their families so that they acquire an identity of women miners and they are not seen as people who work in illegal activities, but by taking care of the environment and the formalization and the non-use of mercury, they can generate income to improve their quality of life. So in each one of the workshops that we have, we promote the principle of Planet Gold Colombia, non-use of mercury. We think that this is not done by imposing, but by raising awareness and the meaning of taking care of the resources and the significance of the non-use of mercury is how we share these important experiences. So we hope that we may consolidate this network that integrates men and women equally and integrates other women. So with training and with the visibility, we may strengthen this important exercise in the process. In fact, this year, in the city of Medellin, Colombia, we will have the first meeting of women leaders of each one of these nodes. So they may exchange and establish value connections, and together they may take their production units to other levels. We want this network to be long-lasting, and CFA Cooperativa Financiera will stay in the territory to continue supporting them until they have their own autonomy and they can be suppliers of big companies in the territory. This is also an exercise. Women shouldn't be isolated from big mining projects in the territory. and the owners of companies, the owners of mining tenures should integrate women to the mining ecosystem in the territory through provision and enterprises that may allow them to be suppliers of these companies, and also make the ecosystem more dynamic through the empowerment and the economic autonomy of women in the territory. Next slide, please. And finally, I have to say that in this exercise, we are including financial education to women. Around 250 women that form the network are not banked. They don't have proper financial knowledge. Oftentimes, they are their husband's petty cash with all its social significance. So with these exercises, we want to give them financial education for 4 months. They are going to learn about the meaning and the importance of savings and the existing mechanisms for that. And also the meaning and the importance of family budget and future plans to improve their quality of life, and how the money from savings does not become sporadic money, or that does not improve their quality of life, but actually they produce a family budget to live well, and also facilitate the access to credits. We've identified through the planetGOLD Colombia project a diagnosis by means of which we identified financing needs that will allow them to improve their production units and their quality of life. And the cooperative has been developing, along with the UNDP and the Ministry of Mining and Energy, to implement basic attention guidelines for women. Today, we are implementing differential attention to offer specialized credit products and also welfare products. So the cooperative today has the facility not only of indebting women, but also facilitating their financial education and their knowledge on financial products, but also offering products. We do not only educate them, but also we facilitate a savings and credit and provision product adapted to their needs. And finally, we support them. So from the visibility of their production units and from the marketing, under the premise of fair trade, they can improve their quality of life. So therefore, this is what we wanted to tell you. Next slide, please. So how, with these production processes, we facilitate the quality of life of women who work in small scale and artisanal mining with visibility and with the work in a network. In our province, we have the certainty that together is easier. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juan Fernando Manuel, to share the activities implemented by Active Gold and the CFA cooperative for the women miners. It's interesting to see the different activities from the cooperative and the potential activities from other cooperatives in the world. As time is missing, we are going to see the last presentation from Burkina Faso with Resta Edraogo and Ramde are going to present us this approach regarding the financial inclusion for women. Alizeta Edraogo is a coordinator for planetGOLD project, a specialist for gender issues with a PhD in anthropology regarding women miners. Fidel Ramde is representing of the women in Burkina Faso with the planetGOLD project, counselor and leader to the studies, are going to present us how the project want to gather and connect the women within those projects. We are not listening to you. Please open your mic. All right, this morning I'm going to present different access modes to the formal financings for women in Jean-Pierre. So one of our main projects. Who are those women in the Nick Pierre site? Generally, these are women who are the main users of mercury within the gold treatment facilities, because it's a site, a medium-sized site, and there's only one woman working on who is the owner of the gallery. The needs regarding the planetGOLD projects, these women want a more active participation regarding the activities of transformation. These women also want more training focused on financial inclusion, and as well our contribution to planetGOLD regarding the development of their activities within the site. Here you can see on the left-hand side, it's one gallery. These women are observing, and on the right-hand side, you can see the result of the treatment. The treatment facilities where women are more represented. Women are more represented. That's the main activity for those women there. As a strategy, as an intervention strategy, I'll leave the microphone to Fidel, who's going to talk about that. All right, thank you very much. In terms of intervention strategies, the government from Burkina Faso, regarding the difficulties to obtain some credit, decided to create a fund to help women within the territories and villages. The Union of Women in Burkina Faso started to create a bank specifically for women during the 1990s. The government started to implement such an institution, and it's exclusively for women. This fund depends on the FAF institution, credit institution, and allows to promote the access to credit for women, and the fund accompany them for some training actions, and the fund help them for trade, for art craft, and for the transformation activities. The women who can benefit from these funding are gathered in associations. So these women are gathered in groups, solidarity groups. Regarding the conditions of access, they have to be women from Burkina Faso. They need to have an income activity. They must be 18 years old and more, need to be dynamic and motivated women, and must not work for a government or from the private sector, neither. The FAF, since it the fund spent the interpreter, sorry, the sound is pretty bad. In terms of impact, we have to try that there 29% of beneficiaries who had better income and more than doubled their business income. 66% of the beneficiaries became independent and autonomous, and 79% have more confidence and are better settled within their communities. And 93% of those women could refund their credits. Regarding the difficulties about credits and refunding and reimbursement, it's the socio-cultural representations are still very strong. And it's difficult for some women to be empowered. So it shows that there's a huge problem to have access to those funding and access to the information, because many women don't have access as they live in remote areas. The question of empowerment regarding the decision that they can take at some point, women must wait for her credit to be authorized. And at some point, those credits are taken by other people for other finalities. Women are interested by those credits, but at some point their solicitation are not fully satisfied. And at some point they cannot develop their activities. Another difficulty regarding access to credit and credit reimbursement. Regarding some success stories, There's one example of one woman who has an activity and could develop her activity thanks to the credit and could empower herself and her activity thanks to this governmental fund. Thank you very much. As main activity we implemented so far, there was a workshop regarding access to financing. Next slide, please. And access regarding financing access in the village of Dano. And we talked again about how to manage health activities. Thanks to the Ministry for Women Affairs, there was a presentation to share knowledge in this regard, and some presentation to raise awareness regarding the work and the use of mercury. In this workshop, all the stakeholders from planetGOLD and the Ministry of Women Affairs we really stressed out the fact that these women must be more involved. And this workshop here there is a campaign to raise awareness regarding school dropping made by the responsible of the Dalo so that women can be autonomous financially and independent financially. And those women need to work on that empowerment and to be more focusing on school dropping and get informed on access conditions. As we presented, there were a lot of government financing for financial inclusions, women financial inclusions, to promote access to financing for those women. The idea is that these women work and gather all together in association or in cooperative and to help us how to formalize the association, how to be entrepreneur, and show them the necessity to fight against school dropping and to promote financial inclusion. Thank you. Thank you very much, Eliseta and Fidel. Thank you, Manuel and Juan Fernando, and thank you, Salma. Unfortunately, time goes quick, so we will not be able to have the last session as we planned, but I think most of the questions has been answered in the chat, and I would ask the participants to write directly to the speakers who could intervene here, just to write them directly in case you have some additional further questions, and so if you want to have conversations regarding the project. I think we can conclude this session. Thank you very much again to all the speakers, and I wish you all a great day and a fantastic event. Thank you.
Hello there. My name's Scott Gribe. I'm with the AGC. I'm a specialist in finance with the AGC. I've worked in mining finance for the last 10 years directly. I used to work for the Bank of Montreal, which is one of the main banks here in Canada that finances mining companies. I also worked for the pension fund here in British Columbia. I was the gold analyst there, responsible for covering the major equities, the major gold equities here in Canada, as well as setting the forecast, the gold and silver forecast for the pension fund, the in-house view of the pension fund on those commodities. I can't see the slide deck. Can you guys put it up? Perfect. Yeah, so I grew up in Timmins, Ontario, which is the main gold production center here in Canada. They produced about 80 million ounces. My family's been in mining for the last 30 years. As I said, I've been in mining finance for the last 10. I'm actually an engineer by training. I spent almost 10 years in the design of mines and mine infrastructure. So yeah, I just wanted to give you a bit of background of where I'm coming from. I'm actually involved with a junior mining company right now. I'm a director, and we've raised some money. We've raised about $250,000. It's a greenfield project, and we're putting the pieces in place to raise another $200,000. So basically, I'm living this financing path right now, so I can give you the view from the trenches on early stage mine finance. Okay, so let's start the presentation. Next slide, please. So this is the vision statement for planetGOLD. Next slide. So basically, we're going to look at how very early stage mining projects can get financed. So how can this group, next slide, get the money to do something like this? And we're going to go through different ways in which they can get this financing. And we'll look at some of the tools that we've developed to help them set the pieces in place to talk to investors and to get that finance. Next slide. So there are two major types. Well, there's only two types of financing. There's debt and there's equity. There's also hybrid, but it's just a combination of the two. Basically, it's usually debt that's converted into equity. And then there's also things called royalties and streams, which is kind of a debt, but there's different rights involved. They only have a right to say regular payments on an annual basis, and they don't have the right of return of capital. But it's a pseudo debt product. Next slide, please. So these are the types of debt financing available for small scale mining. So there's microfinancing, national development banks, equipment loans. And just a few words on debt. In early stage mining, in early stage gold projects, greenfield, or when you're just getting into production, debt is next to impossible to get. It's very, very difficult to get debt. Usually, starting out, it's all equity based. And there's a few reasons for that we'll get into. If you are going to get debt, sometimes you can get equipment loans if you have credit history and so on, and if you have other assets that the bank can look at. Can you go to the next slide, please? So these are some of the reasons why the banks are hesitant to lend against early mining projects. They don't really know what they're looking at. They're not mining experts. The cash flows tend to be very volatile, and there's no visibility. The assets are very difficult to value, if you're not an expert in the field. And even when you're an expert, it's hard to value some of these assets. The other thing is mining tenure is temporary. So if you go out and stake a claim, you have the right to that claim for a certain period of time, or as long as you meet the minimum work requirements. So you don't have it forever. It's not private property. And almost every jurisdiction works like this. So, if you go to the bank and say, I have this property and I'd like to borrow some money against it, they'll look at your tenure and they'll see that you only have it for a year. So they're very, very nervous about lending to you. And then even if you're in production, say if you're producing, it's very small scale, you're producing, 10 ounces a month fairly regularly. Well, they have no visibility into how long that production will hold up. So again, they're hesitant to lend against something like that. So I just wanted to talk about this a little bit, just to, if you're going to seek finance, and these tools are very, very useful, but you got to be targeting the right audience. Can you go to the next slide, please? So equity financing is much more common. Like say in this case of this junior mining company that I'm the director of, we've done a friends and family round. So, we went around and told people what the project was, and then we were able to pull in financing so they own a share of the company. So in this case, it's basically private equity, but you also have impact investors and you have partnerships out there. In my particular case with this junior mining company, if I would have gone to the bank, I could have shown them all our materials, our technical reports, and so on. Even say in Timmins, which is a gold mining town, I could have went to the local bank and shown them my slide deck, or the slide deck for the company, and so on. And they'd take the meeting, but they'd be very hesitant. They wouldn't lend me any money, right? But we did manage to raise $200,000 or $250,000 to advance this project. Next slide, please. So this is a hypothetical financing model. When it comes to equity financing, they're pretty much very similar. Basically, you say you go out with an ask. You say, I'd like you to invest $20,000, for instance, and then in return for that $20,000, you get 20% of the company. And you owning 20% of the company, you have voting rights for that 20%. And you also have the right to any earnings, 20% of any earnings of the project. So this slide deck will be available. You can read through it on your own time if you're interested. But this is a hypothetical example. Next slide. So this is a typical financing pathway. So that, usually it starts out friends and family, or sorry, you have your founder investment. So this is largely sweat equity. Someone goes out and stakes a claim, they do a little work, they see some potential, and they put some information together, and then they go out to people that they know and raise some money from friends and family. Usually this is a small amount just to kind of set the table. And then when you have the money from the friends and family, you can do a little more. You can create a business model, you can write a business plan. Sometimes you can write a technical report, just to give professional investors a little more information about what your project is. And then the next stage is going out to professional investors with that material. And then with professional investors, basically you have to lay out what you're planning on doing with the capital if they invest it, what the use of proceeds are. And then, these are some of the examples in the bubble here. You can do a more thorough geological investigation, write a technical report. There's different types of technical reports. There's early stage technical reports and then later stage technical reports. So you might want to write a technical report that has higher confidence in the geological resource, for instance. You can expand your operations. Again, this is what the use of proceeds are. Begin permitting for actual mining or apply for a mining license. Next slide, please. So these are the types of private equity investments. You can have a partnership, minority shareholders, profit sharing, royalties. In our case, it's just a standard corporation where we sold shares, and people got a percentage based on how much they invested. Next slide. So why is traditional mining investment equity focused for the most part? Well, the risk profile, right? Again, we talked about this a little bit, but the geological resource is hard to define, impossible to define accurately. It's defined within within tolerances, and if you're a mining professional, or if you're used to investing in mining, you're comfortable investing within those tolerances. It's not an exact science, right? If you think about it, when you're defining a geological resource, you're taking a very small sample. A drill sample, a drill core is about 1.5 inches in diameter, and you're taking that on regular intervals. Usually, say, depending on the type of deposit, it might be every 20 or 30 meters. So you have a sample that's 1.5 inches every 30 meters, and then you're interpreting the geology between those samples. So there's an art to interpreting how much gold is there. And the thing with gold is the grade is very low relative to other commodities because it's so valuable. So it makes it very difficult to model. And this adds uncertainty. So if an investor is used to looking at these things, they can gain a comfort level looking at the data. But this is a bank isn't going to be comfortable making these assumptions. And again, even if you're in production, even if you're only producing 5 tons a day, in a placer operation or a small scale gold operation, and you're producing 2 ounces a day, you have no idea how long that's going to continue, right? And again, the bank is going to be very, very hesitant, or they're not going to lend against it. I've been doing mining finance for, again, 10 years. My family's been doing it for 30 years. I've never heard of anyone getting a bank loan to finance something like this. So I just want to make sure people are clear on this, because, with the AGC, talking to project managers and so on, there is the first thing people think about is going to the bank. And again, they'll talk to you, but they won't give you money. So when you're using these tools, it has to be directed at the right audience. That's all I'm saying. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so you've decided that you're going to go out and seek investment. What do you need in place to talk to investors? Well, you need a basic business infrastructure. You need a business plan. You need a financial model. If you're in production, you should have some operational data over the last, however long you've been in production, or at least the last 6 months, and a technical report on the geological resource. Next slide, please. So what's the minimum infrastructure that you need to get investment? Well, you need a legal business entity, right? And whatever assets you have to be within that legal business entity. It could be a sole proprietorship. It could be a small business, or it could be a corporation. So once you have that entity set up, that entity has to have a bank account. And then you have to have a management structure that you can show people, who's in charge, what's their background, do they have experience mining? So that's the basic infrastructure you need in place. Like, say if you don't have this infrastructure and someone comes up to you and says, I'd like to invest $20,000 in your project, you can't, there's no way for you to be able to take the money, right? Other than taking it in cash or taking it into your personal account. And in a formal setting, that's just not acceptable to an investor, right? They want to see the proper things in place, so they're comfortable making the investment. Next slide. So we're going to go through some of the tools now that planetGOLD has developed with the AGC for supporting investment in small-scale gold mining projects. Next slide. So these tools that we've developed, there's a business plan, there's financial models that we've put together to support the business plan. And then we've also come up with a technical report template. And these, if you want to go to try to get a bank loan, I mean, this will be suitable. But these are the tools that are standard in equity financing as well. Well, this is what it's based on, basically. In junior mining, these tools are used to show the viability and the feasibility of a project, and they'd be shown to investors, and they'd be able to make their own assumptions and get some comfort with your project, and have the information that they need to make a decision. Next slide, please. So suitable business entities. This will be jurisdictional dependent, but there's similar types of structures basically wherever you go. Next slide, please. So, if you're going to set up a legal entity, there's certain things that it's got to be able to do. It has to be able to own property. Depending on the type of your project, it should be able to import equipment. Depends on where you are. Should also limit owner liability. So there should be a circuit breaker there between the owners and the project. It has to be able to register to pay tax, if it's a formal mining project, capable of housing multiple, or basically has to host multiple owners. If you're going to seek investor, there's going to be another owner of the project, or there's going to be debt against the project. And if you want foreign investors, you have to make sure that this entity is suitable for foreign investors. A lot of the corporations or small businesses that you set up in some jurisdictions, they're only for locals, and foreigners can't own a piece of them, which is fine if you just want, if you're just looking for local investment, which it's perfect, it's great. But if you want foreign investment, you have to make sure that the entity you set up is suitable for that. Next slide. So we're just going to go over business plans here, the major aspects of them. And again, it depends on your project. But there are some characteristics that are common to all. There's always an executive summary. There's a project description. So you'd have a map in there and show where the location is and show what kind of infrastructure is around. You'd also have a section on the management structure, the backgrounds of the managers, their experience, how long they've been with the project. And then you also would have basically the ask if you're seeking finance, how much you're looking for and what you're willing to give up for that, in terms of equity, how much equity you're willing to give up, what percentage of the project for how much capital. And from that, the investor will calculate, what you're saying your project is worth, what the value of the project is, and then they'll make their own assessment. And hopefully you'll see eye to eye on that. And then there's also the use of proceeds, what you will do with that capital if you get it, how that will build value for both you and the investor. And then you'll have financial projections, showing the historical production or what historically has been spent on the project and where it's going if you get this capital. Next slide. So this business plan framework that planetGOLD has developed with the AGC is suitable for hard rock operations, placer operations, processing plant expansions, and other types. So it's kind of, it's like a cookie cutter. Depending on, what your particular project is, you can tailor it to your needs. Next slide. So this is just the first. This is the title page for the business plan. Again, these tools are available on the website for you to go through. You can reach out to me if you have any questions. I'll happily go through it with you. Next slide. So this is just the table of contents. So this goes into more detail about what we talked about, different sections, the team, and so on, just to give you an idea of what this template includes. And again, not all of these sections will be applicable to every project, but it's just we created a broad plan, and then we can scale it. You can scale it back based on your needs. Next slide. So this comes back to the business entities that I was talking about. So, if it's a sole proprietorship, this is what your funding requirements are and your organization. So, a corporation is much more complex. You have your partnership, which is kind of in the middle, and a sole proprietorship, which is a very simple structure. Next slide. So do we have any questions at this point on any of the material? There'll be time for questions at the end as well, so you can save them up for then. But yeah, we'll just keep going here. There'll be lots of time. Next slide. So financial models support the business plan. They're usually included at the end of the business plan. And again, it would show the historic, if you're in operations, the historical production and the historical data from the operation. And then it would also show, the impact from the investment, what that investment will be spent on, how it will create value for both you and the investor. Next slide. So this is basically the summary section of the model that's been developed by the AGC and planetGOLD. It summarizes the key data points in the model. Next slide. So this is the estimates and and assumptions section, as you can see. So we'll go through a very simple example of a model in a few minutes, just to show you how they actually work and what the key inputs are and how they relate to each other. Next slide. So this is the financial estimates output section from the planetGOLD model. So you would see the main financial metrics for a project in this section of the model. It's a very comprehensive model. Again, it's like the business plan. It's designed. Well, I wouldn't say it's over designed, but it tries to encompass everything, and it can be scaled back based on your needs. That's the way it's designed. So, we try to capture as much as possible, as much detail as possible. And not all the detail will be relevant for every project, but you can choose what's relevant to you. And everything you need is in the model. Next slide. So this is the operation section. So this would show the actual operations of the model or of the project, mining, processing, and so on. And then the costs associated with each one of those stages. Next slide. And then the operations flow into the mining financials or the model financials. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so basic elements of every financial model. Basically, you have the commodity assumptions to begin with. So, in our case, it'd be gold. So over the life of the project, you'd forecast the gold price. Usually, people just use the spot price. What gold is trading at today for, say, the next 5 years. But you may have your own forecast, if you're a bull or a bear on the gold price. Then you'd also have some currency assumptions, depending on your jurisdiction. Gold's priced in US dollars internationally. Then you'd have your local currencies, which your costs would be in, right? So those are the two main levers in any model. Usually financial models are most sensitive to the commodity price, but they're also very sensitive to the currency, and then obviously the discount rate. But those are the three main levers. From there, you have your geological resource. Then you have your mining assumptions, your processing assumptions, and then based on the type of mine or the type of processing, you have your financial projections. So it all flows down into your cash flow. Next slide. So again, this is the very simple example of a financial model. So, it'd be like, say 50 lines in Excel. So at the top there, you can see you have your gold price, your gold price assumptions. In this case, it's spot. And then you have your currency assumptions. Then you have your geological assumptions, how much gold there is, what the grade is, and then, the total number of ounces available. So for a later stage project, this would be based on, say, the inferred resource or the reserve or what have you. And you'd make some assumptions on how long or how much gold is available to mine. So this would be your geological projection of the resource. And then you have your mining system, how that resource is being mined. Is it underground? Is it on surface? Is it an open pit? Is it placer? And what are the costs? How much does it cost to mine that resource? If it's underground, it's going to be a lot more. And then there's different cost drivers, right? Like for a surface operation, it's fuel is one of the main drivers. Is a huge cost. Underground, it's labor. If it's placer, it's going to be it's probably going to be labor as well. So from that, you have from the mine, the ore moves to a processing system. So usually what happens is you transfer the ore from the mine within the model, and then it runs through your processing, and that you apply an assumed recovery to have your produced gold. And again, you have your costs associating with the processing. Is it a sluice box? Is it is there crushing involved? Those kinds of things, and those costs are tallied as well. So then from these things, it flows down into your financial projections. Okay, I see a couple questions here. So should ASM hire an investment officer? It is easier probably to outsource some of this stuff. You could hire an investment officer temporarily, and then have them, train people within your organization. I would suggest hiring an investment officer to begin with, depending on your level of experience, just to get you up to speed on these things. I mean, they can be quite complex, right? But these tools are helpful, and there are resources to help you through them. But it is, it can get a little tricky sometimes. So yeah, I would suggest hiring an officer, investment officer to begin with, and then training internally. Next slide. So this is the financial projections from the model above. So you have your revenue, which is generated, based on the amount of gold produced and the throughput. So it's just a very simple calculation for your revenue. It's after it's run through your processing in your mine. So it would be the recovered metal, right, times how much you've mined. And then you have your different costs, fuel and so on, G&A. And basically this gives you your cash flow, which then you can use to discount back to come up with an overall value. Next slide. So any questions here? Oh, I can't hear you. Just a second. Let me see. I still can't hear you for some reason. I'm not muted. Are you muted? Yeah. Can you put your comment in the comment section? Can you just write it out? Oh, here, I can hear you now. Great.
All right. Sorry for that. We have a few questions. You already answered the first question from Kevin Telmer. We had a technical question. You are using the word placer operation.
Yeah.
Placer operation. What do you mean by placer operation?
So placer operation is it's a gravel operation in a alluvial setting. So if you're thinking sluice boxes where you're using an excavator or a dredge or moving material by hand, gravel by hand through a sluice system, that's placer. It's basically an alluvial, like a river derived gold deposit.
Thanks for this clarification. The question was from Ingrid Sarapo.
Yeah,
I think that was the point. The other question is not so technical, but it's about the different materials that you are presenting. And the question is whether these materials are also available in other languages than English.
We're going through that process. I think they are. They will be, for sure.
Thank you. And there is another question from Zuleika. For secondary gold, it is quite difficult to estimate gold reserves. Could you please cite some accepted information for funding?
So a secondary gold, you mean like material that's already been processed, like tailings with gold still within the tailings that you want to reprocess? Is that what you mean?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, I mean, it's the same with placer or tailings. Those types of deposits are even more difficult to estimate. Well, especially tailings, if you're reprocessing tailings, than a natural deposit or a deposit that like a hard rock deposit. They tend to be well, say for a placer operation, the geological processes are less well defined and they're more intermittent. So you'll hit pockets of gold here and there. Whereas if you're putting a lot of material through a sluice over time, you'll have an idea what the grade is, but it's hard to know exactly what the grade is going to be in front of you. In terms of tailings, because it's been already processed, you cannot use assumptions about geological processes to model how much gold is there. So you'll have to take a lot more samples, and some trends will become apparent as you sample, which you may be able to use to make reasonable estimates, but it's going to be less well known than a natural deposit. I hope that's what you're getting at.
Yes, I think Zuleka clarified that she was looking at secondary ore, which my understanding is also that it's referring mainly to alluvial deposits.
See, so you can get an idea. There's reasonable trends. Reprocessing tailings can be very, very lucrative because it's already been crushed, and processing can be quite simple. The people that have worked that material before may have not been using a processing system that's very efficient. So there may be a lot of gold left, and it's all it could be all contained in one spot, and processing can be simple, and you could get good recovery, and it could be very lucrative. So those are good projects to look at. Just be aware that it's hard to estimate sometimes, and you're going to have to do a lot of sampling to get an idea how much gold there is.
Yes, and I think this brings us to the last questions that we received in the Q&A. It's coming from Indonesia, I believe. And the question is about the estimation of the reserves, because that's essential for investment.
Usually that's the use of proceeds, like if you're, and again, for estimating reserves, you're not going to be able to get that, right? Like what you're going to have to do is basically put the data, like hire a geologist, which planetGOLD, we're doing these kinds of things on the ground, but you're going to need an exploration geologist to look at the project to see how much gold you've been producing, and then look at the geological setting, look at where they're mining, and make some projections. You're not going to be able to produce a reserve. You're not going to be able to produce a resource that is compliant with, say, stock exchanges, but you're going to be able to collect the data and present it in a way that a mining professional could look at it and say, I understand what they're saying here. This deposit probably continues for a long time, and I'm comfortable, making an investment. But these types of investments are risky. So you're not going to be able to get debt. You're going to need equity to do that. Let's just continue with the presentation, and then I'll leave some questions. There's some time at the end. There's just another section here. So technical reports. So this is getting back to what I was talking about with the geologist. So basically, a technical report lays out your resource for investors. Next slide. So this is a kind of thing. These are kind of the data points that are covered in the technical report. So you type of mining tenure, where your claims are, maps of the claims, access to infrastructure. Do you have power? Do you have roads? Is there a community nearby where there's a workforce? Geological setting, the type of the type of deposit that you're mining, the site history, historical production, processing assumptions, and then there's a section for recommendations of further work. So this might be, focus on building out your resource with geological exploration, or should people look at your processing facility and come up with a find out where the bottleneck is and where investment can have the biggest impact, things like that. Next slide. So the technical report that planetGOLD and AGC has developed is based on the 43-101, which is the standard here in Canada, but it doesn't meet the same standard as the 43-101 just because we're not going to be able to have the same level of investment. So we'll follow the framework and we'll do the best we can with the resources that we have. And it will be enough that a knowledgeable investor will look at the report and be comfortable making an investment. But the report won't be to the standard where, if you were going to list a company, it'd be the technical report that you submit to the exchange with your application to list. It won't be to that standard, but it'll be to a very high standard. Next slide. So this is the cover page. Next slide. These are the table of contents. We've already kind of gone through this, the main sections that I mentioned, your executive summary and so on, description of the project. Next slide. Again, so this has mineral reserves and mineral resources. That won't be applicable to us, but we'll outline geological potential, which would be good enough to get investment. Next slide. Next slide. So these are some examples from technical reports. So you'd have a map of your project location. Next slide. And then for that project location, you'd have the regional geology. Next slide. And then you'd have it at a larger scale and or a smaller scale, and you'd have the local geology. So these would be this would allow an investor to see that you have the proper geological setting. Next slide. So in terms of information sources for these reports, some of the best sources are existing technical reports. If you're in an area where there's LSM or large scale mining or junior mining that's further along, they may have issued technical reports, which you can use to help write your technical report. They'll have the background geological information. They'd have a section in there describing infrastructure and so on, but they'll also have regional work. And if you're very lucky, they may have covered your area with some regional work like soil sampling or geophysics, if they flew airborne geophysics. So you may be able to get a lot of useful information that may help you in your exploration and putting your technical report together. And this was the case for one of our projects in Mongolia, which I'm showing you here. An LSM was in the area, and they had a technical report with soil sampling covering one of our project areas. Next slide. Actually, let's just keep going to the end, and we'll take questions at the end. Next slide. So it helps to think about things from an investor's perspective. What kind of information do they need to be able to make an investment decision, and what process do they go through? And I just wanted to lay out the general process that investors, their thought process when evaluating projects. So when you go to an investor, based on your ask, they're going to be able to derive what you say the value of your project is. And then they'll make a judgment, is that reasonable? And then the value distribution amongst parties. If I give you this, if I give you $20,000, how much am I getting for that $20,000? What are you going to use the money for? Is it going to unlock value? Is that realistic? and then they look at the capability of the management team. Given all these other factors, they make a judgment of whether or not the management team will be able to do what they say they were going to do. Next slide. So for equity investment, it's important to lay out the upside. That's really why people get involved, because it's very risky, right? So for that investment, they want a big upside. You don't want to be promotional, but you want to lay out how things could play out very well for them if they invest. And that's very important for equity investors. Next slide. So where can we find equity investors, people that will invest in your project? So these are some of the common places that people go to find entrepreneurs that are willing to invest in these types of things. Mining conferences, trade shows, sometimes large-scale gold producers in the area will invest in smaller projects. Next slide. So this is just a summary of what we talked about. So next slide. If there's any questions, I'll take them now.
Yes, two questions. The first one is whether the financial tools that you're describing now are focusing mainly on mineral processing, or if it's also applicable to both mineral processing and extraction.
Oh, they're applicable to both cases. They're designed specifically for that. We tried to design the tools in the broadest sense possible, and then you can pare them down to what you need for your particular project.
Thanks. And the last question is whether you have an example of a package of all the information from a previous or past completed project that the new ASM operation could use as a guide. Is there something like that, or a case study?
Well, we have some business plans that we may be able to share internally. I'll have to talk about that. Or I'll have to talk internally about that, whether we can share them. That could be used as a guide. But again, these tools like the business plan template, the financial plan, and the technical report, that they're based on those types of case studies, right? Like these reports or these tools are based on tools that people use to get finance all the time. So basically, they're more useful than if I shared a specific business plan with you that may not be applicable to all aspects of your project. We tried to incorporate all those things into these tools.
Thanks a lot. I don't know if we have time for an additional question.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't put my email address up. I'll put it in the comments, and if anybody wants to contact me, please reach out. That's what we're here for, and I'll guide you as best I can. I've lived and breathed this for a long time. I'm in the midst of it now. I know what the battle is. So, if I can help, I'll try to help.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Scott. And thank you for the very interesting presentation with all these tools. I'm sure it was very valuable. At least it was for me, and I'm sure it was also for the audience.
Well, it was a pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity.
Welcome back to the main stage. And many thanks to Scott and Anna for facilitating the two parallel sessions on finance. We are now moving to the last session of day one, which will be on formalization, where we will be looking at some innovative approaches that have been developed to support formalization within the ASGM sector. Gavin Hilson will be facilitating this session. Gavin is Chair and Professor of Sustainability in Business at the Surrey Business School, University of Surrey. He is a leading global authority on the environmental and socioeconomic impacts of artisanal and small-scale mining. Publisher over 300 papers, book chapters, and also technical reports on the subject matter. I will now hand over the session on formalization to Gavin. Gavin, over to you, please.
Hello, everybody. We have a very interesting session organized here on formalization ASGM. So let's get started with our first presenter, Miani Seno, who's from planetGOLD, Kenya. She's an environmental expert who earned her MSc in environmental engineering from the University of Science and Technology, Beijing. Her presentation is going to include a short video. So we're going to start with this short video and then go into her presentation.
Ukipata kama sisi artisanal miners and small scale miners, we are not formalized kwa sababu we are not working on legal frameworks. As we have the county artisanal mining committees, our work as the AMC committee is to advise the director of mining over granting of permits. We advise also revocation and also renewal and conflict mitigation. That is our role. But you cannot advise whereby when you go back to the Mining Act 2016, it states clearly that you cannot grant a permit or a license where one exists. So we only have land for large-scale mining company, which is the exploration company present in Kenya, which is Shanta Gold. If you are not formalized, mfano, you cannot access finance. You can access finance through the financing institutions, from the NGOs, from any other entity, but there are things you have to show, to prove. For example, in mining, you may find most of the miners has no record. There is no production data report. Hawana nini? Sasa unapata ukienda kwa financer atakuuliza kwanza nipe permit that makes them understand that now you are legally in the industry. Unapata hatuna permits. Those permits za kuonyesha wewe you are a miner haziko. Wakikuuliza production data information watu hawana. Wakimuuliza mambo na structure vizuri, hata wakitaka ile the signatory ya nani kama ya mining officer hawezi peana kwa sababu anajua the industry is not yet formalized. Sasa unapata hata yeye kupeana kuwa kama guarantor ama shahidi inakuwa ni shida. Unapata hata mtu tu kutrust, that trust, what can hold him trust that when I will give this money, or when I will lend these people this money, or when I will give them a grant, at the end of the day watasimama, hakuna proof.
Thank you. I'm going to speak about formalization of the ASGM sector, the artisanal small-scale gold mining sector, specifically in Kenya. So my name is Miani Seno from planetGOLD, Kenya. Next slide. So first, Kenya is endowed with gas, minerals, and oil across different parts of the country. Unfortunately, the extraction is done in an informal way, making Kenya not realize its potential in the extractive industry. Under the Kenyan Constitution 2010, it mandates that the state ensures that there is sustainable exploitation, utilization, and management, conservation of the environment and natural resources. And as a country, we have a Mining Act in place, the Mining Act of 2016, which provides a legal framework with clear guidance on sustainable mineral resource development. And it gives effect to our Article 60, 62, 66, 69, and 71 of the Constitution, which is providing guidance on prospecting, mining, processing, and all dealings that pertain mineral exploitation. Next slide. In Kenya, there is quite a number of artisanal and informal small-scale gold miners, and specifically on a certain belt within the country. And they do this to earn a living and to make, some of them do it as an alternative source of income, and some do it as their main economic activity. Next slide. In Kenya, as discussed in the video, the biggest challenge in artisanal and small-scale gold mining is the legal framework. You'd find that we have an act in place, which is quite, it's not so old, it's quite new. It has a bit of gaps in it. And one of the issues about our legislation, the weaknesses and the ambiguities that define artisanal and small-scale gold miners. We also have a mismatch in terms of how we categorize our mineral rights, and which are part of the issues that are within the Mining Act of 2016. We have an unclear hierarchy between which supersedes the other, between the Land Act and the Mining Act of 2016. And we have a policy that is not very clear on gender issues. The policy that is clear on gender issues, but the Act of 2016 is silent on gender issues. And under the planetGOLD Kenya program, and also with partners from different sectors within the mining sector, we're trying to address the gaps and the weaknesses that currently exist in the Mining Act of 2016. So one of the issues that the project planetGOLD is working on is to develop guidelines and regulations that will enhance the recognition of artisanal and small-scale gold mining. We are also finding a way to review the Mining Act to address the gaps and overlaps. Part of the gaps is how we define our artisanal and small-scale gold mining. And between the definition in the Act and the actual reality in the mining sector, there are quite some disparities, which we hope are going to be addressed with the review of the Mining Act. We are also implementing the project in a multi-sectoral way to build synergies. This will help us address the unclear issues between which law supersedes the other between the Mining Act and the Land Act. And as a project, gender is a key deliverable, and it's one of our project outputs, this being a Gen 2 project under the UNDP guideline. And we hope that we will be able to then highlight gender issues and bring them out clearly to be able to ensure that there are no disparities and unfairness in the mining sector that affect gender issues. Next slide. Next slide. One of the challenges that we have in terms of artisanal and small-scale gold mining in the formalization sector is the fact that access to geological and environmental data is very limited in the case of Kenya. And I would say that ASGM operations currently are done in a way that it's more of guesswork, and people are hoping to be lucky when they are exploring and exploiting gold mines. And one of the issue is that you'd find that this can be a potential cause of conflict, because in areas where artisanal small-scale gold miners invade an existing licensed area that is being operated by a large scale, it creates tension, which is unnecessary. And this is basically due to lack of geological and environmental data. You'd also find that where ASGM operations are taking place, there's quite a lot of environmental degradation. And part of this is because a big number of artisanal small-scale gold miners do not look at the environmental issues and factors when they are doing their mining, because for them, their everyday issues include them earning a living, and they wouldn't care if they leave the sites open and not clean and remediated. So we think that currently is a big gap, which the project is trying to solve. There's also the lack of information, which makes them spend so much time and get so saw less gold, because if they knew where they would get more gold with the geological data, they would be able then to focus on that. And this leads to loss of investment, because some of the miners have dug shafts that are quite long, even a kilometer long, only to get very less gold compared to the investment that they have made. And they have left a lot of mining sites degraded. So under the project, we are proposing and working on solutions to develop. We have a delineation guideline that has already been developed. It's at its draft stage, and we hope that it would be completely ready and gazetted within this year. We've also had the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining updating the cadastre to identify areas where there are no licenses that are existing, so that those areas can be utilized by artisanal and small-scale gold miners. And we are currently assessing the geological and environmental data to check who provides that kind of information and in what way that the small-scale and artisanal miners can be able to access. The other issue is that we are also trying to look at the issues to do with the permitting, to reinforce the categorization of permits, and we hope this will go along to provide environmental data and geological information to support artisanal and small-scale gold mining. Next slide. The other issue with the artisanal and small-scale gold mining that really affects informal sectors is access to fiscal and physical infrastructure. In the case of Kenya, as indicated in the video, our mining communities are not able to access formal financing because they do not have permits, they do not have collaterals that they are able to then provide for them to get formal financing. There's also minimum technology and very limited machinery in the mineral processing sector within the country. We are a country that depends on a lot of imported machinery, and that also affects infrastructure issues within the artisanal and small-scale mining areas. You'd also find that our mining is done in a condition where the shafts are not safe. And I think a few of us who've been in this sector, you've heard of cases where we have miners trapped in the mining shafts, and even the shafts collapsing on them because there is a lot of issues of rock falling. There's poor ventilation in the shaft, in the mining shafts, and there's a lot of collapsing of walls, especially now that we are going into a rainy season. It's a risk. It's a health risk to the mining community. And that is because infrastructure issues are a key issue in artisanal and small-scale mining. There is also the issue where the current methods of gold processing is where there's a lot of misuse of chemicals like cyanide and mercury and explosives. And this is done without any health and safety measures in place. And a lot of miners, and I think you will also be able to see that even online, is that we do not even have PPEs, even when exposed to the use of dangerous chemicals. And there's very limited infrastructure in terms of there's lack of data, there's no record keeping, there's no power, there's no sanitation facilities in the mining areas. And under the planetGOLD project, we are working to support formalization by ensuring that they're cooperatives and that they're trained and allowed to have permits with the help of the artisanal mining committees for them to be able to access formal credit. We are also working with financial institutions to develop tailor-made products that would be geared towards artisanal and small-scale gold mining. And as a project, our report on the financial products that are available in the market and some that can be scaled has just been completed, and we look forward to improving that sector and ensuring that small-scale gold miners are able to access formal financing. There is also an issue where we are hoping to set up centralized processing centers. It will be a challenge, but we hope that we will be able to do that to reduce the use of dangerous chemicals like mercury at household level. The project is also partnering with the institutions like Impact Facility, Chambers Federation, Solidaridad, SEJAD, to train miners to improve on how they interact and use chemicals in gold processing, and we hope that this will go a long way in ensuring that there is a safe environment and that the people around the mining areas are also safe from pollution. We're also documenting the miners and hoping that this will inform government planning to ensure that there is physical infrastructure put in place in the mining areas. Next slide. As you can see, this is just an example of one of the photos. These are the mining community. They're trying to really break down the big ores into smaller portions, and you could see that they're using very basic tools like hammers, and none of them has PPEs on. And this is widespread across the mining sector in the artisanal gold mining processing areas in the country. Next slide. In terms of social, economic, and structural issues, there are quite a number of gender roles within the African setup and also within the mining sector. And we find that women experience a lot of inequalities in the mining sector. There is limited to finance and resources for the mining communities. This is across the board. There is inadequate data on alternative technology. There is limited infrastructure in the mining areas, where you'd find if you even have to run an equipment like a jaw crusher, you would require a 3-phase power connection, which is quite limited in the mining areas. So as a project, we are prioritizing participation of women in training, including in the formalization, where we are asking that for the groups that we support in formalization, a certain number of them have to be women-led, and then they have to also keep records to show the women's roles and participation in the mining sector and in the gold processing value chain. We also promoting equal opportunities and gender awareness and empowerment programs across the mining sector, and we're doing this in partnership with Impact Facility, Center for Environmental Justice and Awareness, and Development. We're also doing this with the Chambers Federation, and we hope that with more partners, we will be able then to achieve gender equality in the mining sector. Next slide. In conclusion, as Kenya, in terms of formalization, there is need to really put more effort to operationalize the Mining Act of 2016. And we hope that the efforts that are being done towards formalization, which also recognize the African vision, we will be in a position to then put in place a long-term formalization strategy that goes beyond project lifetimes. There is also need to have economic incentives to formalize. This will encourage investments and promote gold processing by the domestic market, and also ensure that export is by the legal procedures. This will go a long way in ensuring that Kenya realizes its potential as a country that is endowed with a lot of minerals, oil, and gas. Next slide, please, and thank you.
So, great presentation that provided some very interesting insights on the challenges with formalizing ASM in sub-Saharan Africa. You mentioned how small-scale miners encroach onto concessions, which I think sets the stage nicely for the next presenter's presentation. Wendy Wilson, who's going to be looking at the interface between artisanal and small-scale mining and large-scale mining in Ghana, an issue I study quite closely. Wendy holds a master's degree in conflict resolution in divided societies from King's College London and a bachelor's degree in political science from the University of Virginia, and she's currently a senior programs manager at the Fund for Peace. Wendy?
Thank you very much, Gavin. Just as a caveat, I will likely be going off of video to preserve my bandwidth and to ensure that participants are able to hear me and understand what it is I am going to be sharing today. So with that being said, as Gavin said, I will be presenting today on conflict risk mitigation in the ASGM sector, with a particular focus on early warning and early response. Next slide, please. At the Fund for Peace, which is the organization that I represent, we are an international NGO focused on developing practical tools and methodologies to address issues of conflict, state fragility, and security and human rights. In pursuit of this goal, our projects can be categorized into three interrelated buckets: conflict early warning and peace building, state resilience and state fragility, and responsible business practices, which is the practice area we will be focusing on today. Under this specific practice area, we assist extractive companies with assessing, improving, and advising upon all manner of corporate and site security programs and human rights monitoring. We're also currently implementing a 4-year mercury reduction project that is being funded by the Department of State in Ghana. And the project is entitled Responsive Engagement and Collective Learning Approaches to Inform Mercury Substitution in Artisanal and Small-Scale Gold Mining. It's a bit of a mouthful, so it's been shortened to Reclaimed ASGM. Next slide, please. So the Reclaimed ASGM project, like I indicated, is working to reduce mercury use in the ASGM sector in Ghana, as well as increasing the capacity to ensure improved coordination on the ASGM reform agenda in the country. There are three primary objectives for this project. We have objectives that focus on the operational level and local context, and objectives that focus on the national and regional level. So under objective 1, this is where we're working with pilot site communities to increase their capacity and awareness about the harmful effect of mercury risk, and also to increase their capacity to adopt accessible alternatives to mercury use in ASGM in the ASGM sector. So under this objective, we have activities such as technical training on direct smelting technologies, community engagement around the negative effects of mercury use, and the promotion of alternative and diversified livelihoods. On the second objective, we're working to increase national and regional level multi-stakeholder engagement and improved interagency coordination on the reform of the ASGM sector. So this includes activities that focus on bringing together stakeholders in the ASGM reform sector together to talk about coordinating and moving the agenda forward. It also includes bilaterals with ASGM practitioners and stakeholders across the ECOWAS sub-region to discuss and implement and develop a practice area focused on mercury reduction and curbing the illicit mercury flow. Objective 3 is the particular objective of interest today and will be the sole focus of my presentation today. And I should say that this is a relatively new line of effort that we are in the process of getting off the ground. So this objective is looking to improve conflict risk mitigation and early warning and response around ASGM issues in the ASGM sector in the country. So under this objective, activities include inter-community dialogues, capacity building on early warning and early response, and assessment of contextual risks and vulnerabilities. Next slide, please. In talking about conflict in the ASGM sector from the FFP experience, some drivers of conflict in the sector include competing land use functions, which is where we have different parties who have different needs and use for the land. So this could focus on issues of conflict between ASGM practitioners and large-scale mining groups, or ASGM practitioners and farmers. Competing land use functions, from what we found, are also worsened by environmental and land degradation if irresponsible mining practices are being adopted across the board by ASGM practitioners, then that means the availability of useful land for other purposes is greatly reduced and greatly limited, thereby increasing resource competition around land in the country. Another main driver of conflict risk in the Ghanaian sector is the overlapping roles and responsibilities around ASGM items and issues. So in the Ghanaian sector, this partly stems from parallel regulatory structures. And what I mean by this is we do have regulation at the national level that is being promulgated and implemented by the government. But we also do have a traditional and customary regulatory system that is very much still of importance in the country. So oftentimes these parallel structures and a lack of understanding about the role being played by both of these structures drives issues of conflicts in the ASGM sector. And lastly, one of the main drivers of conflict risk in the country is the perceived large-scale mining bias. And this includes bias that is perceived to be on the side of statutory authorities, as well as traditional authorities and customary authorities like chiefs. So as part of our initial scoping and risk assessment, during the early stages of the project, we had discussions and conversations with a variety of stakeholders to better understand the context that would be operating in, and to also inform our programming to know what issues might impact us and prevent us from successfully implementing and meeting the goals of the objective. And for quite a number of these stakeholders, the perceived prioritization of LSMs by state agencies were mentioned, but also a number of stakeholders and interviewees also mentioned the role played by chiefs and traditional authorities in this space, and their perception that chiefs often approve requests from large-scale mining groups without informing the communities or without undertaking the due diligence needed to cement buy-in and the social license needed from the community. Next slide, please. When talking about conflict risk in this sector, there are a number of profiles that we need to be aware of and we need to recognize. I know the tendency is always to focus quite heavily on the profile between ASGM practitioners and large-scale mining practitioners, which is good. However, emphasizing or only recognizing one of these conflict risk profiles exclusively means that we are losing a full range of contextual and structural factors that are at play, which might impact the response measures to be applied for any issues of conflict or threats that might emerge in these communities. So first, we have the conflict risk profile between ASGM practitioners and communities. So this can focus on items such as land use functions. So as I mentioned earlier about competing use for land, this might include things like environmental degradation and how that might impact a farmer or a fisherman from securing his or her livelihood. We also have the issue of revenue transparency. How is the revenue being generated from ASGM mining operations being spread around for the betterment of the communities? And this also links very closely to corporate social responsibilities. As part of our project and during our initial scoping, we found we found that one of the main issues or frustrations for community members at the time was the fact that a licensed ASGM practitioner and company in the community had been undertaking work for quite some time, but had limited work around CSR. So what we did in trying to address this issue was to make sure that both the community members and the ASGM entity in the pilot sites were pretty clear as to the expectations that were held by both parties. It could have been that the mine had no expectations to be undertaking any CSR work, but then from experiences held by community members and what they'd seen across the country, they expected and they assumed that it was the responsibility of the small scale mining entity to undertake CSR activities. Moving on from this this first conflict profile, we have ASGM and ASGM. So this primarily, from our experience, can be issues around encroachment, having practitioners go mine into other concessions that are not their own. Thirdly, we have ASGM and LSM, which I know is of interest to quite a number of people attending this session. And here we have factors at play that include encroachment, resource competition, and again, the perceived empowerment and prioritization of LSM interest. And finally, one of the key conflict profiles that we have found that is often not emphasized or talked about is the conflict profile between host communities and migrant communities. So when a concession is discovered to have ore deposits, you typically find that people migrate to the area to be able to mine the land. What then happens is resource competition, the feeling that the host community members believe that they've lived on that land for years, so they should have first rights or should be the first port of call to be able to mine the area. And this also links to the topic about the disruption of the status quo. What does this mean? What does the status of the host communities look like when you have new people coming into the mining communities? And finally, under this conflict risk profile, we also have issues of increased sexual exploitation and incidents around gender-based violence. Next slide, please. So with that being said, now let's discuss early warning and early response and what the FFP approach to early warning and early response is. When we talk about early warning and early response, we're talking about the process of identifying, analyzing conflict trends, and informing decision making to ensure that responses are initiated in a timely fashion to prevent violent conflicts. So for early warning and early response interventions to be effective, as I indicated earlier, it is imperative that we address the underlying causes of the conflicts and the issue. So, as I said earlier, we're currently undertaking this work under Objective 3 of the Reclaims program, which is a new line of effort. So we're just getting that off the ground. But the FFP has a lot of experience initiating and launching early warning and early response mechanisms across a number of projects. And I will first be talking about our approach and making linkages between this approach to the ASGM sector to ensure that it's relevant for our participants and attendees today. So the first principle for FFP when we are approaching early warning and early response is that the early warning and early response system has to be data driven. So this includes quantitative data sets, which allow for the establishment of patterns and trends over time, as well as identifying hotspots. We then also have qualitative data, which contextualizes the quantitative data and puts it into context by filling gaps and validating findings from the quantitative data and any desk research that may have taken place. So this can include interviews, evaluations, and observations. We also have GIS and event-driven data, which really builds upon the quantitative data that I mentioned earlier and allows for the visualization of relationships, patterns, and trends, and also helps to identify hotspots to help determine how conflict risks have become evident over space and time. So if you look at this map to the right of your screen, the right of my screen, it could be the left of your screen, we have a map of Ghana here indicating incidents of protest and vandalism related to gold, bauxite, salt, and sand mining. So you will see here that in the Kumasi area, we've documented about 16 or so incidents. And with this visualization, you can see where the hotspot areas are. The color green that you're seeing around the Kumasi area is essentially indicating the level of intensity of protest and vandalism around this specific issue. So if we had had an area where the level of intensity was being depicted by the color red, then that would mean that that is an incredibly high risk area for this issue of protest and vandalism. And lastly, in terms of the data-driven principle, we have our stakeholder network analysis, or SNA for short, which we use to better understand the social networks in the context to help determine where there might be leverage points, spheres of influence, or social capital that can be used for response. Second slide, please. So this slide essentially is another visualization of the previous slide. It's essentially showing us the change in conflict risk around protest and vandalism over time from 2010 to 2021. We can see here that in 2021, there were no recorded incidents, but that's not to mean that there were no recorded incidents on the ground. It could be that the early warning and early response system had yet to be implemented at the time, or there was issue around underreporting of the incidents. We can see here that in 2020, the Ashanti region recorded a high number of incidents of protest and vandalism related to gold, bauxite, salt, and sand mining. So again, this is just another visualization of conflict risks and trends when using quantitative data and GIS and event data. Next slide, please. So for our other principles, principle number 2 is linking early warning to early response. This is the biggest challenge for any early warning system. It's important that we ensure that early response is effectively transformed into preventative response. And also, we need to ensure that the response system that is being implemented or developed adequately.
Can you guys, can everyone hear me? We're just gonna have to wrap up the presentation because we're over time right now.
Okay.
So we're going to have to unfortunately move on to the next presenter because it's been it's significantly over time. So
okay.
So yeah, thank you for the presentation. Very interesting insights on LSM-ASM relations in Ghana, very contentious issue in that country, and many other countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Very interesting views and interesting data presented. What we're going to do now is we're going to move on to Cassie Hoffman, who's at Conservation X Labs, the Global Development Innovation Lead there. She holds a master's in environmental management from Duke University, and she's going to be talking to us about innovation in the ASM sector. Okay, over to you, Cassie.
Thank you, Gavin. Good morning, everyone. Good morning from Lima, Peru. My name is Cassie Hoffman, and as Gavin mentioned, I'm the Global Development and Innovation Lead at Conservation X Labs, and I oversee the Artisanal Mining Grand Challenge, the Amazon program. And here to talk a bit about spurring innovation in the artisanal mining and small-scale mining sector. And I did want to thank planetGOLD and the team for the invitation. I think Conservation X Labs is a little bit of an outlier. We are a technology and innovation company based in Washington, D.C., and work to both create as well as support solutions that address some of the greatest environmental challenges of our generation. And one of the primary methods and tools that we use to do that is through open innovation competitions, working to address different public and private sector problems and challenges. And this includes things like plastic pollution, invasive species, and the climate crisis. And ultimately crowdsource ideas, solutions, new technologies, and products from anyone in the world who wants to work on these environmental challenges. So next slide. So in 2019, Conservation X Labs started a series of open innovation competitions focused on addressing the environmental and social costs of artisanal and small-scale mining, including things like addressing loss of forest cover, loss of topsoil, mercury pollution, human exposure to mercury. And the first round of the competition ended in October 2020 and awarded $750,000 to 5 solutions, things like AI-based remote sensing platforms, more user-friendly mercury capture systems, and low-cost mercury monitoring tools. And right now, we are midstream in a second round of the competition focused on artisanal and small-scale gold mining in the Amazon, and set to announce our 13 challenge finalists in 2 weeks. So next slide. Next slide. Okay, yeah, here. And so I wanted to talk, in this presentation, mostly about the open innovation approach and the opportunities it affords to, a sector like artisanal and small-scale mining and what the competition can serve. And some of the characteristics of this particular competition focused on the Amazon. One of them is, really an opportunity to bring an interesting mix of funding and financing, including from philanthropy and development agencies that are ultimately interested in, the social and environmental outcomes of the competition, but also bring in private sector entities that, want to responsibly source gold from their products and benefit from a more formal and responsible ASM sector. This particular competition had 3 sub-challenges, one around safeguarding ecosystems, how to address how to encourage environmental compliance and address some of the environmental costs of artisanal and small-scale mining, making it more environmentally responsible, encouraging remediation and restoration, optimizing responsible supply chains, including new tracking and traceability tools, but also promoting and sustaining formalization, be it new digital tools, services, or processes to help miners and governments and other stakeholders to encourage and maintain the formalization status and process. In this particular round of the competition, also includes 2 different phases. There was an initial phase, a call for solutions to that were evaluated based on their technical merit and a paper application. But the second round of this competition will be a performance-based evaluation. Each team will get seed funding for additional innovation development, but also to demonstrate and test their solutions in the field over the course of 6 months and compete for additional performance-based prizes. And lastly, on that slide, during this field testing period, we'll receive other technical assistance through an acceleration program that we have named the Amazon Collab. So next slide. And so just a few, characteristics about an open innovation competition, in this effort to try to promote a very broad call for talent and new solutions. We do really work to try to define the problem in as specific a means as possible, but also as in an accessible way as possible, really defining some of those key leverage points where there are opportunities for new solutions, new technologies, or new products, and also set aspirational goals, really defining the outcomes and the outcomes and ultimate objectives of the competition, without necessarily dictating the means by which those goals have to be achieved. Trying to leave room for creativity and inspiration for new individuals, or experienced teams and experts in the field to think about how they might propose something new to help achieve those goals. Next slide. And like I said, it is a global call for new talent and as we say, new solution makers. And we see a lot of applications from what I call the usual suspects, and I say that in the most respectful way as possible because I don't think it's a bad thing. I think these people bring a lot of deep expertise and knowledge in the sector, and we hope the competition can bring new attention and new opportunities to these teams. But we also see experts and practitioners in adjacent fields, in adjacent spaces, looking to address solutions and technologies in the ASM sector, be it from other wastewater treatment approaches or other extractive industries, bringing new technologies to the ASM space, or helping kind of more of this geographical transition, applying other solutions from other countries and geographies in new spaces. And ultimately, bringing these different groups together really leads for the opportunity to spark new collaborations and the exchange of expertise. So next slide. And ultimately, like I said, we're going to announce 13 challenge finalists, and we look to really take this portfolio approach. How can we seed a diverse set of ideas and solutions at different points along the supply chain and at different angles of the problem or issue, and ultimately, help to support a more enabling environment for formalization. And while we're providing mostly tools, products, even services, these are to complement a lot of the amazing and great work that people do on legislation, creating legal frameworks, and working on other social issues and aspects of the problem. So we really see it as a complementary component to the sector. So next slide. And another component of this open innovation approach is we really do try to bring together, a unique and diverse set of partners, from stakeholders, experts and mentors, users and customers, and funders and investors. And really the idea is that we can create, position these teams that come through the challenge to be able to connect to users and customers and ultimately have the resources to continue to apply and scale their solution after the competition as well. So setting up that coalition from the start can kind of ready them to support the innovators that come through the competition. So next slide. And actually a really important component is also the storytelling piece of it, really what is innovation about, talking about like the challenges and trials, because I mean, ultimately innovation is about experimentation and gathering evidence about new approaches and solutions. And we aim to tell that story in a dynamic and interesting way, both to bring new attention and opportunities to the innovator teams, but also to attract other new entrants, new talent, and new potential funding agencies and institutions to the problem. So next slide. And then lastly, I just want to say that, you know, this field testing and for performance-based prize part of the competition, one, you know, really trying to like supercharge the product development. You know, we're seeding all these ideas and then we're trying to add a bunch of fertilizer to help them grow and blossom. And also incentivize a number of activities like validating their technology or solution in the field, seeking user feedback and customer discovery, as well as really understanding and forecasting the potential environmental and social impact based on grounded assumptions and hypotheses. And, you know, the part of the prize in field testing and acceleration is really to encourage these activities that we think will ultimately lead to the innovator team's success as well. Next slide. And so just in summary, you know, like I said, I came here today to talk about an approach and not necessarily a specific technical application or legal framework. So, you know, the grand challenge model, in summary, I think really does have the opportunity to provide a bit of optimism in what can be a really tough technical sector and kind of change the narrative on what's possible. Also taking this portfolio approach, how can we really seed a bunch of different ideas to address a complex problem from a bunch of different angles? And recognizing by bringing these different innovator teams from around the world and in combination with a unique partner coalition, allow for a lot of spillover effects in partnerships and collaboration and peer learning. And, you know, lastly, what we're really trying to do in this Amazon challenge, you know, seed a lot of local and regional teams that have deep experience in country, but also bring new experts and practitioners from around the world to also bring their expertise and have this exchange for new opportunities as well. So next slide. I'll wrap up a bit on time and just invite anyone on the call who would like to learn more or would like to follow the challenge. You can find us at artisanalminingchallenge.com. And also, you know, stay tuned for this announcement. And we have lots of different ways to get involved and invite people to reach out and partner with us.
Okay, great. Thanks, Cassie, for the presentation. Very, very comprehensive introduction into what the challenge is trying to achieve, and in the process, obviously highlighting some of the major challenges on the innovation front in this sector that we're all very passionate about. So now let's turn to the final presenter. It's going to be by video. And that's John Buchanan, who's held several different roles at Conservation International, focusing mainly on food and agriculture. And he's currently focusing on development and implementation of sustainable agriculture and sustainable supply chains. So we're going to have a short video on the jurisdictional approach, and then we're going to immediately go into John's presentation.
Good day. My name is John Buchanan. I'm Vice President, Sustainable Production at Conservation International. Conservation International is pleased to be co-implementing phase 2 of the planetGOLD program, which will be piloting jurisdictional and landscape approaches to ASGM formalization. And so I've been asked to speak to you a bit today about Conservation International's experience in implementing jurisdictional and landscape approaches to sustainable commodity production and sourcing. So very briefly, why another approach? Do we need a new approach given all the different initiatives and efforts that are out there? And I think drawing from experience in the agriculture sector and trying to advance sustainability in agricultural supply chains over the last 20 to 30 years, quite simply, the answer is we know how important forest and land use change is. We know how we've learned how difficult it is to change land use at scale and halt deforestation. And the approaches that we've used to date, heavily, primarily relying heavily on market-based approaches, certification approaches that work narrowly through supply chains, are frankly insufficient because they've not been successful in addressing governance, in dealing with multiple land uses or commodities in a landscape, and they haven't hit the scale that we need at the pace at which we need. And so that's really driven the thinking and the need for a new approach referred to as the jurisdictional approach. And this term can be a bit confusing. It's used in different ways in different sectors. I will be speaking about it mostly from the jurisdictional commodity side of things. And at a high level, it's really a place-based approach. It learns a lot. It draws a lot from the lessons of landscape approaches that many of you know so well, but it defines that place based on political or government administrative unit. So it's clear which government authorities need to be engaged, must be engaged because they have authority for the land. It involves multi-stakeholder platforms. And from a private sector point of view, it complements traditional sustainable sourcing efforts that might give preference for particular suppliers or companies based on the standards that they follow. And it gives preference to regions or jurisdictions based on their performance against sustainability criteria. And by doing so, the idea of the jurisdictional approach is that it can combine incentives for producers and for governments, and really bring government front and center in advancing sustainable land use at scale, and really trying to leverage the investments that companies are making, many investors are making in their sustainable supply chains, to try and leverage those to incentivize governments and local stakeholders to move more quickly to advance sustainability initiatives in those particular places. And the core elements to the jurisdictional approach are having a multi-stakeholder platform, which is really essential, an equitable, participatory, multi-stakeholder platform that brings together government, private sector, civil society to identify on a sustainability vision and goals and objectives for a particular place, to agree on priority issues, challenges that need to be resolved to achieve those goals or achieve that vision, a plan for how they're going to address those challenges, and then to have a clear monitoring and reporting system so that they can report progress towards those goals and objectives over time. And the idea behind the jurisdictional approach from the commodity perspective is to try and create a different development paradigm to incentivize better land use governance based on the fact that jurisdictions that are performing well against sustainability criteria, that are having progress or making progress in implementing those sustainability plans, will be perceived as lower risk by commodity buyers that are looking for sources of sustainable low risk commodities, and will be those same jurisdictions, in theory, should be perceived as lower risk for investors who are looking for reliable projects that align with government interests and policies that would have government support and generate, and therefore greater chance of generating greater return over time. And so the hope is that by creating a way for governments basically to bring market incentives for better governance, that it will create incentives for governments, local stakeholders to work together to improve their sustainability performance at the landscape and jurisdictional scale, so that they will attract more of these investments. And again, trying to create that race to the top in sustainable development. It's important to note that from a commodity sourcing point of view, the jurisdictional approach is intended as a complement to sustainable supply chain management. It is not an alternative. It's intended as a way to deal with some of those challenges outside of the direct supply chain at the landscape and jurisdictional scale, but in the short and medium term, it's not a replacement for more traditional supply chain management. In theory, if the jurisdictional approach is successful, and I say in theory because, again, these are big challenges that we're just addressing through the commodity, through the jurisdictional approach, and they'll take many years to resolve. But in theory, if we're successful, the jurisdictional approach should include or provide a way to bring in a larger number of smallholder producers who sometimes face additional challenges in participating in sustainable supply chain initiatives or certification programs based on their capacity or other barriers. So in theory, the jurisdictional approach, by looking at a whole place, by involving government, other stakeholders, can help make it easier for those smallholders to engage. It can provide a better way to deal with some of those issues off farm, in the landscape, watershed issues, biodiversity, social and labor issues, and it's a way to bring in multiple commodities. And again, that's something that companies looking for individual commodities sometimes struggle with dealing with other sectors operating in the same landscape. There are some key challenges to the approach because, again, the issues of sustainable land use and halting deforestation are enormous, and dealing with that complexity is always a challenge. There's a risk of free riders in the landscape that might undermine the credibility of the larger initiative. Government participation is essential, but that can also create some challenges if there's turnover in government, changes in government, or changes in priorities. And can also be challenges in terms of bringing those incentives to a wide range of stakeholders when those investments, at least initially, will be directed at specific actors and individuals, as opposed to a broader landscape or jurisdictional scale. And I would just very briefly like to speak to one initiative that CI is involved in, an example of an emerging jurisdictional initiative. The Coalition for Sustainable Livelihoods is an effort in North Sumatra and Aceh, which is looking at sustainable agricultural production, smallholder livelihoods, and conservation of some of the critical natural resources in North Sumatra and Aceh. The effort is growing to involve as well some social issues, critical social issues that local stakeholders have brought to the fore. And the emergence of the CSL was sparked by many of the issues that I noted before, and that key actors focusing on that region or sourcing from that region recognize that the challenges were too big to do alone. There are many good initiatives in those regions. There's still many good initiatives, but the communication had been lacking in the past. And so the CSL is trying to create a place to link up those different initiatives and to support that alignment with government. And so the CSL as a platform is playing that role, trying to provide that place-based platform that is bringing together different initiatives and stakeholders, that's helping support that alignment between government interests and objectives and what private sector and civil society is seeking. It's creating a space and a network to share knowledge and tools and successful approaches across those practitioners in those places, and looking to better align and leverage additional funding and financing, given, again, the challenges are large. We need lots of different resources, and it is supporting a network of stakeholders that are advancing the work in the field. The CSL is a place-based platform. It can't do everything. It's not trying to do everything, but it's about supporting that network of partners that are taking these efforts and actions at the landscape scale. The early stages of the CSL has been about the development and, again, creating those workshops, those opportunities for multi-stakeholder input and participation, shaping and forming the initiative. The effort is making some initial progress against those different roles that it's playing in the fundraising and the finance, knowledge building. And again, this deck will be shared, and so these details can be referenced in the future. And the partner organizations that are making up the CSL network are making great progress as well at the landscape and district scale in advancing sustainable production and conservation restoration efforts. And again, more of those resources can be found online. There are other resources available. I would encourage you all to check out many of the organizations that are working in this space, as it's a long list. And I would also share in this deck some of the definitions the other efforts have provided. So thank you very much. Appreciate the efforts and good luck to all the partners in the Gold Initiative. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. So that wraps up the session for today. And because of time, what we're going to do is we have several questions that have been shared in the chat. We're going to be collecting those questions, and we'll be asking panelists individually to respond offline. So thank you, everybody, for attending the session and listening in. I'm going to turn it over to Abiola now for the final word. And again, with regards to those questions, we will obviously respond, the panelists to respond to you offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin, for anchoring our final session for the day. And thank you to everyone for all your contributions. As we come to the close of day one, I would like to again express appreciation to all our sessions experts, facilitators, the panelists, the presenters, and every attendee for all your contributions and active engagement. It's really been a lot of knowledge sharing and learning towards closing the financing gap, supporting formalization, and raising awareness. And I look forward to welcome you back to day 2 of the Global Forum tomorrow, where we will be starting with the voices of the miners. Please remember to use the hashtag Gold Forum on your social media platforms to raise awareness and also to enable relevant stakeholders to join us and engage in massive learning and benefits from this global platform. Wishing you all the best for the rest of the day, and for those who are already in their nighttime, a good night to you all. See you at day 2 tomorrow. Merci beaucoup. Gracias. Bye.